It worked, didn't it? Wait, let's see. Yeah, it's working.
But they can hear us.
Yeah, they can hear me and you.
Oh damn. Okay, I'll use this thing, but
Wait, do
add
you want to
a
try
video
OBS one more
capture.
time?
No, fuck OBS. Add a video capture. Do you know how?
Yeah, we can also import the scenes though.
Do you know where they are though?
I
What up, guys?
should say. Wait, I can watch a YouTube video. One sec.
You ban one UK. Fuck, who you calling a loser, you little bitch?
One sec. Damn, which one is it? Damn, which one is this one? Damn, which one is this one? Damn, which one is this one? Damn, which one is this one?
Why is it echoing?
Damn, which one is this one?
Why is it echoing in the edit? Let me end this.
Okay, wait. Let me check if this worked. Okay, say something.
Mic check, mic check. How's that?
Yeah, it's working. I hear.
Nice.
Say again. Yeah, it's working.
Mic check.
I hear.
Okay, so
Say
to go
again. Yeah, it's
live
working.
in a few hours or
Say
stay
again. Yeah, it's
live
working.
in a few hours or
Say again.
what should I do?
Chat can decide. I don't know.
Yeah,
If you have content, you can stay live.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck, I feel bad for turning it off now. Should I just keep it going?
Your choice. I don't know.
Whatever, let's just keep it going. Daichi, what's up, Daichi? All right. Yeah, I'll start. Thanks, Dad. That was.
No problem.
Again, send me progress or little gifs on that
Yeah, one more.
debate stream we're editing,
Okay, nice.
and then we'll I think diminished. I don't know if he's in chat. Has the
Thumbnail.
yeah. Show me the thumbnail right now. Actually,
Which thumbnail? From Diminished?
yeah, it's the Destiny Zherka one.
Yeah, wait.
Is that the final copy?
I honestly don't know. You have to find it. One
Let's
sec.
see.
I send it to you.
In our group chat. Okay.
Yeah, I send it to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. Let's start. Appreciate that. I'll be right there, guys. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, dude. I guess I'm gonna start.
Medication, your medication makes me high. Just be patient. I'm like a patient trying to find levitation. Run your fingers down my spine, elevation. Your medication makes me high. Yeah.
Such a short way up and such a long way down. Chalice it a bubble like where they are right down. The way you something off it off it way by pound. In a fields of marijuana, that is my playground. I love you, Mary Jane. You're the prettiest of flowers, girl, me can't complain. When I'm with you, I feel so high, I rise above the rain. And you know the people damage like that bitch cocaine. No, I leave them lonely, feeling only pain. Cause your DNA is of the highest strain. Your effect is so potent, it's so insane. You so gummy and sticky like a plaster stain. When you grind out your body, only stems remain. And to love you is so risky, I might get detained. You always keep me flying on the highest plane. And anybody know will always proclaim.
Medication, your medication makes me high. Just be patient. I'm like a patient trying to find levitation. Run your fingers down my spine, elevation. Your medication makes me high. Yeah.
Your leaves of green, your purples and blues, has cured little kids and old women too. And I say to myself, what a wonderful herb. And I say to myself, what a wonderful herb. Look how Babylon stood up in. Them fight you for years, for your love only a man serve years. Babylon stood up in. Them fight you for years. I know the whole of them are buy shares. You should be a celebrity amongst any tree across the 7 seas for your energy, but you're an enemy, catching felonies for the remedies in your recipes.
Medication, your medication makes me high. Just be patient. I'm like a patient trying to find levitation. Run your fingers down my spine, elevation.
Still tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping Vods, and I'm packing Vods. I'm still tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping Vods, and I'm packing Vods. Now look who creeping, look who crawling, still ballin' in the mix. It's that 6'6" long dick slim nigga sticking your chick. Pulling tricks, looking slick at all times when I'm flipping. Bar sipping, car dipping, Grant Wood grain gripping. Still tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, pimping, hoes, and no packing, blowing on that endo. GameCube, Nintendo, 5% tint, so you can't see up in my window. These niggas don't understand me, cause I'm boss hog on candy. Top down at Maxis with a big Glock 9 handy. Pieced up, creased up, stand dressed to impress. Big boss belt buckle under my Michelin S. Oh, Gucci shades up on my braids when I escalade. When I'm riding spree wheel sliding like a escapade. I got it made, the big boss of the North. Ain't shit changed, I still represent what's your house, huh? Tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods, tipping Vods, and I'm packing Vods. I'm still tipping on Vods, wrapped in Vods.
What's my title? Let's see you guys. Hi, human teeth. There's a lot of human teeth in my chat. That's not really like the Joker of you. Zherka, you need them shades because your teeth shine so bright. They're gonna blind you. True. That's pretty true. That's very true. I have a moderator to change my title. Change my title to I'm sorry. Because really yesterday was just, you could ask Dead Hexer, we're having huge Streamlabs problems. Now I'm on studio. Why did you get your teeth done? Well, I'm 28. So I've postponed this maybe like 7 years. Like, you know what I mean? But actually less, because we'll just talk about content creation. But I was in Florida, 3-hour flight away from Colombia. It seemed like the perfect time to do it. And number two is those days of long hour streams are over. You know, I have nothing to prove anymore. I am going to show you guys this new game plan I have it's pretty much the obsession is going away from the sub count. Oh, if I stream 24 hours, I'll make 7,000 subs. We're going away from that to growth. And I don't mean regular growth. I mean like I'll just explain the game plan by the end of this Friday. And this game plan, this is Operation Warp Speed. It begins December. However, where it really gets crazy is when I'm in Miami. And really all it needs is a microphone on the street. And I'm going to pull it 6 hours a day, 30 days in a row, and just go MIA on you guys. And pull every clip I can. And I'm not going to a rainy city. I mean, I'm going somewhere I could do that year round. But also, you guys are going to see something pretty crazy on TikTok. And it's good I did my teeth right before my blow-up phase. Because there's always been blow-up phases that I didn't orchestrate. It just happens to me as oh, people want me. But now, I'm going to show you guys the scariest algorithm hack. Like, when I say 1 million subs, this is going to terrify you. By the end of January, you guys are going to say, wow, look at this guy. His first plan was make a bunch of money on the internet and then use that money for phase 2. And phase 2 is going to be, this is the fun part of it. Like, not as intimate, but now is the time to subscribe because you want to be at least a few months here. Phase two was supposed to start a while ago. Supposed to start really 2 months ago. And I really thought my people were going to TwitchCon, train those kind of guys, so didn't plan on nobody going. And that was a big disaster. But phase two is kind of, let's just say Sneeko and I spoke. And this growth strategy for me is, number one, he already proved it works. So he gave me that. He said, come do it like this. 6 million viewers we got on a clip. And he's like, you see how easy it is for you? And I said, okay, this strategy works a lot better. And I mean, I could just show you guys this one clip I'm uploading on my YouTube. And when you guys see that every single clip will be like that one clip, you'll understand how fast we're going up. And it was almost even scary. I was like, I just got cozy, blah, blah. But now is not the time for code. Now, I was waiting for this right on my red wave, Elon Musk, free speech expansion DLC. I mean, this is the one that I've been waiting. I've never seen it on the internet since I got here. This is going to be, this stream, you're going to look back on it and say, holy shit, this guy was not joking around. Like, many promises I made that I delivered tenfold, but this one I'm delivering so hard that you're never going to see me again. Going straight to the top, especially because I kept my head low until I knew this red wave, right? I knew this right-wing wave is going to give me the DLC I need, the free speech DLC. And I know I'm supposed to wait a month until things are rolling and mobilized, and then I can start. But I think I'm going to start a little earlier. And I think I'm going to do a few clips on the streets of Vancouver just as a warm-up. Just as like a... Yeah, just to get my head right. But yeah, I'll be jumping in since TikTok's so fucking easy for me. I'll be mass uploading accounts that way. And I thought that was a meme, but that strategy is really effective. And then streaming will be second to my YouTubing. So these last 2 days I've just been editing and working with my editors and learning YouTube. It's not like streaming. Dunkel is growing in viewership. Oh shit. I don't know my own fucking strength. Watch this. These are the same ones that I found on the floor from weeks ago. It's like broken headset, broken glasses. What the fuck? Is oh, don't move. Hey. Anyways, I don't want to brag. I just want to show you guys skyrocketing to the top. And I want to do an I told you so before I even do it. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. And this is something we all knew I can do. It's just I didn't want to take the plane ride. He said, Dunkel is growing quick. You need to attack him. Dude, I hope Dunkel gets huge on the internet, because please just stop riding my cock. All right? All those kind of guys who like have to mention my name on different shows. Guys, it's not that you're getting under my skin. It's that you're attaching to my legacy. Now, no matter how successful you guys get, right? And I wish you the best, my dude. You won't have a legacy, right? Even if you build an empire, you won't have a legacy. Legacy is for very few people on earth. And since you're attached to mine by being on my camera, I'm trying to minimize that by saying don't talk about me, because really I don't want the Legend of Zherka documentary to have you guys in it. Not because it's like, oh, it doesn't help you guys grow. Like, it won't. But it just stains my name. It's kind of like if I just hung out with Ethan Klein all day, or someone that I just, well, that's a little extreme. He's not that bad, but you know, it's like someone hanging out with not Hassan or someone opposite of me. You know, it's just not good. Yeah, and it's not like I'm saying it like, oh, you cramp my style. I'm not saying it like that, because you don't. You know, it's not like you're a nerd or anything. I'm saying you're the opposite of me. Right? Opposite of me means like I can hang out with Destiny one day, but like every day, you know what I mean? Doesn't make sense. Lavloon leaked the Hassan nuke and lied. Yeah, we tried to warn her on Destiny's stream. Me, Lavloon, Abba, and Preach. Excuse me, Abba. Preach is the other one. I hate YouTubers who it's both of them and you don't know which is which, because they don't address each other by their names. It's just, but Abba's the other one. And yeah, definitely. I got a custom Tesla in my teeth. It looks better on the other cameras. I mean, this looks kind of like my old teeth, and it's driving me nuts. But on the other camera, it'll make more sense. And it's a good timing to do this, because I'm about to not skyrocket out of the blue. I'm going to work hard for this, you know. Yeah, Destiny debate. I can upload tonight or tomorrow, but there's some behind the scenes stuff with my friends that you guys are gonna like. Some Sneeko stuff. I think it's dropping tonight, and you guys will like that. We're gonna upload our own point of view too. Yeah. L, not a fan of L. What's your thoughts on your ex trying to fuck Ice? CX in the chat, boys. Yo, how the fuck? Look at this shit. I break everything I touch. Oh, it's on the wrong way. Yeah, Ice lost, and I was trying to kind of warn him through Moises, but did anyone watch that fight? I said, I met Buckingham is a black belt, right? So I don't know why he's fighting Brandon. Why is he always fighting a guy named Brandon? Damn it. Well, you know what's weird though is, someone told me he was on my podcast for a bit. I don't. Yeah, my fingers are too slippery for this. Here's the weird thing about that fight. Here's something nobody noticed. Here's something nobody noticed is Ice Poseidon. Paul, I mean, sorry. He fought back. And that's admirable as fuck. Everyone forgets, because everyone's talking about how he lost, but I'm like, I didn't expect him to keep throwing as he's being hit in the face. That's very... Look, man, if you get punched softly in the face during a sparring match, you don't throw back. But if you're getting punched hard and you still throw back, and it's not a sparring match, it's a real, very impressed by that performance. Like, I was expecting it to go... I thought he was just going to get knocked out because I'm like, here's an athlete versus gamer. But he did way better than I thought, right? And that's like saying... You'd have to watch it, because if I say it's a first round loss, you'd be like, what the fuck? He sucks. But if you watch it, you go, whoa, that doesn't look like he never gave up on himself, and that's worth noting, right? Because I'd be thinking very low of gamers in a fight scenario, right? Because I know gangsters at clubs, when they get punched in the face, even they hesitate to punch. It's like instinct to hesitate. Do you like Ice Poseidon? I never actually knew anything about him until he was in my city. He was staying in this cheap hostel, and then I got Turbo, and my buddy Turbo offered them a mansion, penthouse, just for free. And then we met up and stuff, and he was a very nice guy to me, so. But I remember first getting on the internet and everyone said, John is lying that he has never seen CX content. And then I said, there's clips of me saying, shout out Logan Paul or something. But really, never knew who Logan was. I never knew who Jake was. I never knew any of these people until the job was sitting in front of this computer. And then when I started streaming long hours, chat would send me links. And I was like, for a year, I hated watching YouTubers, right? Because I only watched like fitness guys, and that's about it. So, but then over time, I realized why YouTubers are so entertaining. Like, why they're not Hollywood stars, why they're just YouTubers, is because they're cringe. And for 1 year straight, I would not watch any of them because I'm like, I'm the only one who can sense that this is cringe. But that's not true. There's 9-year-olds who watch YouTubers, and then I asked a 9-year-old recently, his favorite YouTubers, KSI, all those, and this is my cousin's friend, and he said, oh no, it's cringe. They say corny stuff and da-da-da, but it's like everyone's laughing at them. Which is so weird because the people I met on Twitch in the beginning were Slicker, Train, and Slicker and Train have never said anything cringe that makes you like, ugh, But then I watch Impulsive, and whoever the guest is, right, even if it's not a YouTuber, they'll say something really corny. So I was so used to Twitch people, and I kept making fun of the Twitch people. I'm like, these guys are soft. But then over time I realized, like, oh, the live streamers, Los Polos and XUCs and those kind of guys, they're not as corny as YouTubers, although they're just as cocked in their politics, right? Does that make sense? And so anyways, I started watching Impulsive to roast it, and then it became one of my favorite podcasts because when I watched with my brother, I wouldn't even watch for the guest or Logan or Jake. I would just watch it for those dumb blonde Logan moments, where he goes like, where he gets all quiet. And there's this one time MGK leaks that Jake does shrooms, and Logan goes, my brother doesn't do drugs. And he gets all awkward, and everyone's all quiet. And I'm watching it, right? And I'm like, okay, people told me I gotta watch these people, see how they operate. And it gets all quiet, and then Banks is like, and he starts laughing at it. And then at that moment, I realized, like, Logan genuinely believes him saying on a microphone, no, my brother doesn't do drugs, convinced millions of people that Jake doesn't do drugs. Like, that's how dumb blonde he can go. And then that's what I found charming. I was like, oh, that's when I got into watching FouseyTube. Because there's something charming about their stupidity. Like, YouTube famous people, like, you could, when I was at 9,000 viewers and feeling famous, you could see in my face on those clips that I wasn't taking it serious. I was kind of memeing myself. I was like, this is fucking cringe. Like, viral. Wow. But these guys, if you watch them when Vitaly got arrested or Fousey, they look at people and they go, do you know who I am? The cop says to Vitaly, no, I don't. But yeah, they like genuinely think that they're Hollywood stars. Yeah, and if you get past the part where that's corny, it's actually the funniest shit on earth. Is cocky people like me who kind of take the piss and laugh, but cocky people who go, dude, do you know who I am? I have 1 million followers. Though that's the best shit to watch on the internet. If I was to watch stuff, I would watch that stuff. Yeah. I think that's the opposite from Hollywood stars and YouTube stars. Is YouTube stars tell people they're famous, and Hollywood stars know that that's corny. They're beyond it, yeah. No more conspiracy talk. Dude, I've been doing this for years. You think I'd ever stop? That's the only thing I do is... What do we do? One in the chat. Besides fighting globalism, what do we do here? Also, one in the chat if I was correct. There's how many chatters have called me out on the conspiracy streams and said, streamers, chatters, people, random people in my Twitter DMs, they'll be like, John, you don't actually believe. I mean, yeah, they're pedos, but you don't believe that they're actual Freemasons. Okay, well, what do we have on the news today? Anyone know what I'm about to get into? See, now you opened up a can of worms. Yeah, my favorite sneaker company, right? And it kills me that I actually have my sneakers ordered from there. And there's, because they're taking so long to get here, this happened. But, right, designer company Balenciaga, right? They dropped Kanye. They're with Kim Kardashian right now. There's been a big leak. Not a leak. They posted. Actually, let's explain it in the shortest way possible. They posted that they're pedophiles. And you can't even argue this. This is like, it's overwhelming at this point. It's like left, right, independents, everyone is saying it now. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we're going to open it up on this stream, but oh my God. What was more scary? I knew they were pedos. Like, we all knew that. Even people who think I'm crazy know that, the ruling class, these designer elites, these guys are pedos. Yeah, whatever. But now check this out. Not only that, but there's also an article they post on their picture book saying the raising of harem and a biff ritual from Freemasonry is what they were trying to capture in this photo shoot. And here I am, 3 years straight, almost, of covering Freemasons on Twitch, and because Elon presses the fucking blue button, and everything becomes free speech okay, or seemingly, every single Freemasonic leak is happening right now, and every TikToker, YouTuber is on it. And it's like, dude, what am I, chopped liver? I've been talking about this for years. I'm not those fucking retards who say it's the order of the Illuminati. I've never said that. I've never said this. I've only said the truth. And now Balenciaga is copy-pasting what I've said. Right? And it hurts, man. It hurts because if everyone was talking about what I talk about, Masons, flat earth, blah, 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 I wouldn't be mad. I would be happy. But if you're talking about what I'm talking about, but you're saying everything wrong, instead of Freemasons, you're calling them the Illuminati, right? Instead of a dome firmament, you're saying disc in space. If you're saying what I'm saying incorrectly, now I got a huge problem with. Now you're worse than the opposition. And so, yeah, we're gonna get into that, but yeah. What does pigeonholed mean, though? You pigeonholed yourself. What do you mean? As in, I'm supposed to forgive them for doing that to my subscriber? I don't really give a fuck about forgiving people, dude. People can apologize to me, or they can never see me again. How about that? I don't give a shit about any of that. Okay, Town Patrol, reword that, because I'm about to ban you. That you're using gay terminology. Okay, permaban this guy. Get him the fuck out of here. It's like the last stream you remember. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking 6 month sub. Get out! Out! The fucking guy who watches Zherka for 6 months cover topics for 14 hours a day, and he says, no, you stuck on one topic too long. Get out. Alright? Matter of fact, give him a 30-day ban. Let's do that. Fuentes and Ye collab. Yeah, actually, I just spoke to, well, I didn't speak to Nick, but I kind of did. I kind of did speak to him, and he said something really sweet. He said, you're more famous than me, John. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And that was today, and yeah, I saw that he was at the airport with Kanye. Super crazy stuff, right? I wonder what they're talking about. I wonder what the lunchtime conversation is. Yeah. Pretty sure he is on a no-fly list, but for like 80% of airlines. Not all. And I think that's why Kanye went and flew coach with Nick, because Nick said, hey, I can't fly with you in these nicer seats and these nicer airlines. I think that's because I know he's flown around this year. And that's why they're seen at that airport. I think, yeah. John, what do you think about people saying you are projecting your pedo elite fantasy? I believe in that. Yeah. I believe in projection. I think humans project like 80% of the time. But then I'd have to believe also that I'm a pedo elite. Yeah, they glow. They glow. I'm not saying I believe in them saying I'm a pedo. I'm the actual pedo. I'm saying I believe that it's genuine, that they think I'm projecting. But I don't believe I'm a pedo. You got me. This is 2023 in my head, okay? I don't really care about being canceled, guys. Hi, that's too loud, man. It's not worth it. Take it back.
Jidger08 Larson donated $11.70. I wish you well. Merry Fucking Christmas.
Merry
L.
fucking Christmas to you too. Christmas. My favorite time of the year. With snow, I'm saying. You know, if it's an Australian Christmas, then that can get Mohammed Attad. But you know what I'm trying to say? Like, as in, like, I can't find my passport. I can't go to Australia. That's what I'm saying by that. But Christmas is, you know, as bad as people say it is. It's satanic. It's based off some of this mixed with Christianity. Sure, yeah, but to me, what Christmas always was no school, and reset. You know, New Year is coming, and reset of my habits, and I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to bench press more. I'm going to do that. Which really, there's only one answer to those kind of people who wait for the new year to reset. That's Klaus Schwab energy. If you don't immediately reset as soon as you think about resetting, meaning on the... Danke, Kant. If you don't, and I've missed you, Dark, if you don't think, in that second, you think to yourself, new year, new me, you have to immediately change what you're doing that exact moment. Meaning go right to the, next New Year's, I'm going to start going to the gym. Go right to the gym the moment you say that. That's really the only way you'll ever start doing things. Doing that red carpet event energy is going to ruin your fucking life. Believe me. Red carpet, and I'm going to wait for the perfect moment to ask her out on a date. First of all, that's wrong, because if it's not casual, she's not going to want you. But second of all, do it right there. It's like if you enter a club and look at a girl, stare, and then go up to talk to her, you get very nervous. But if you look at your feet and then boom, bump right into her, right? Like I used to use my peripherals. I'd be like, oh, I sense the big tits and stuff. And I'd walk like this, and I'd bump into her, and I'd look up, and I'd be like, oh, hey, my name is John. And she'd be like, okay, you bumped into me, right? And then I'd be like, okay, this is easier. This is better for me. But when I was trying to do that pickup shit, I would stare from one side of the room, and I'd be like, what if she rejects me, bro? That's how most things are. You know, if you think about it, you need to act, or else you freeze on the thought. My real ones will always be Dead Hex, Diminish, Turbo. I love Snippa and chat. I love, you know, my day ones. But here's the thing about day ones too, okay? They be pissing me off, dude, because they've seen every fail I've ever had. You know? That's the hardest thing about popping off. Like, when I'm at the top of the algorithm, and I'm going to show you guys in a few months, But and I'm not saying top of TikTok algorithm like right now. That's fucking easy. That's light work. I'm talking about YouTube, which is, again, it's easy. I just need to go to. It's not even go to Miami. I bet I could do it from downtown down here, but again, I think it would be way more fun in a place where it doesn't rain. But yeah, I left the real day ones because the real day ones I have, they're all bouncers. Bouncer, one bartender, most bouncers, 2 DJs, and really, these guys are still doing their thing. And anytime I stay with them, things go very, very wrong for me. You know, anytime I see rappers go back to the hood to chill with their day ones, I go, how do you do that without like dying? You know, if I go sit at a table filled with bouncers, some kind of, you saw what happened when I was in the US. I was getting to arguments and fights with everyone, just random dudes trying to sell me something in Miami. And I'm like, okay, that's bad luck. Or not bad luck, but I don't know. It's just like I can't walk edgy because if I walk a little tight or angry, bad things happen to me. So I have to smile and ha ha ha. But if I go out with my day ones, like, I get stabbed. Smoking stains. Well, these can't get stained. This is permanent. But nah, I don't smoke that much. You see what I smoke on stream, but off stream I'll have 1 or even 0 in a whole day, unless someone calls me that I don't like, and then I'm like, have to hear their bullshit. And I really do believe in talking to people you don't like. You know how many family members piss me off? Like cousins asking for shit, uncles telling me dumb shit like, yeah, actually they are pedos, but they're not sacrificing kids. What the fuck are you calling me for, bro? Leave me alone. But, you know, they're family, you gotta listen to all that. Belgium over Canada, by the way. I don't know anything about Belgium, right? I know you guys are known for pedos. EU is like pedo land. But then you look at Canada and how many pedos are in Canada. Go read Canadian pedo statistics. It's crazy. And pedo is the word of the year, you know. But now with this Balenciaga stuff, and more stuff's going to leak. Like, you guys remember QAnon? They're going to be coming back tenfold this time. They're going to be coming back with I told you so energy. And you know my opinion on QAnon, right? Where it's like 80% of the time, okay. But then they go really like Trump is a time traveler. They do a lot of weird stuff. Why did you fight with Arab? I didn't fight. I argued with Arab because he wouldn't send me that clip of me. Basically, I was laughed at. Oh, John, you can't pick up any girls. Blah, blah, blah. Or, yeah, you can, but you never record that content. For years, you've never done that. And I found it kind of, like, stupid, to be honest. Unless there was, like, 100 gifted subs or some kind of reward to it.
Dehia donated $5. Your mods just timed me out for saying free Logan. You mods are the angry Twitter employees who censor people talking about Hunter's laptop.
Okay. Yeah, no, if it's my core mods, I don't care. I do not care who they time out, dude. Don't fuck with them. They do way too much babysitting your dumbasses, bro. Like, if they want to time you off for no fucking reason, they can do that, you know? And they're not the types to do that. So just don't piss them off. If it's core mods, if we're talking about like core, not the janitors, but the core, right? The core, the admin types. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'll just say it like this, okay? Don't ever get on Diminished or Dead Hex's bad side. Okay? Ever. Just don't do that. Because if they say, John, I'm getting rid of someone, And they rarely ever do, which is weird. They love you guys more than I do, right? I really don't like you guys that much. But, yeah, don't piss them off. Because if they say I'm getting rid of someone, I don't really have the heart to say no. Because, really, they know you better than me. Like, I don't know you guys that well. Because it's hard to keep track, you know? Like, one day this guy's fighting with this guy. I don't pay attention to that. I don't pay attention to the drama on the Discords. I'm like, unless I'm live farming it, I don't care. What was I saying? Damn. Something good there, but you don't like anyone, John. True. Yeah, people say I'm like the Scrooge. I'm like the Grinch, you know? Like I can hang out with anyone, laugh, have fun. You see me with Destiny for hours having fun. Then I go back into my cave. That's really what success is, right? That's what it's all about, is being so successful I don't have to talk to people. Why didn't Arab send you the clip? Yeah, exactly. So that clip with the girls, I was trying to prove a point. And I get the clip, and he wouldn't send me the clip for like weeks. And I got super angry at him. I'm like, just send it so I can upload it, because it's making me look like a liar, saying I'm going to give you guys all the funny stuff. You let him delay for weeks? Look, man, it's not that I let it. Well, I'm the kind of guy that if someone is taking advantage of me, I don't check them. Right? I let them keep doing it, and I keep writing it down in a little journal for weeks. And then I go nuclear and do permanent damage and really cut them off. And then they go, yo, dude, this guy's fucked up. But really, it's like, in my head, I'm like, I'm giving you, I shouldn't have to check you to be a good friend. You should be just, you know, courteous, and you should be how I am to you, right? So I take people out for dinner, I pay the bill, blah, 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 and still get treated like whatever. And where that mentality came from is the club, really. When I was working as a bouncer, I'd let people be disrespectful to me for so long, and then boom, cracked them so hard in front of everyone, and then you're like this, and everyone's like, oh, Zherka is not someone you should play with. I can't believe he was letting me play with him for weeks. And, you know, don't fuck with me. Right? I only do this. Oh, I'm weak. Please don't. I only do that to see how evil you actually are. You know? It's kind of like my nephew. I'll like pretend to be weak, and he keeps hitting me, and then the hits become more real and more real. And then I'm like, okay, that's enough. And I grab his fucking Thomas the choo-choo train, threw it out the balcony, and you should have seen my brother. He's like, that is some cold shit, dude. He's just a kid. But he's not just a kid. He's a kid who got expelled from kindergarten, and not something that they could blame me for, but I definitely contributed, because he punched his, after punching other kids, we've been talking about this on stream for months, right? After punching other kids, I was talking about this in the summertime. I was like, what do you do if he's a puncher? He's the only kid in class who's punching people, and it's not good. And then he finally punched the teacher in the face hard, and he got expelled. So he can only go twice a week now instead of 5 days a week. And yeah, I laughed at the news because I'm like, that's not real. You can't get expelled from kindergarten. And it was my turn to babysit him. Everyone left. It was just me and him. And I turned to him and I'm like, you punch your teacher in the face? And he's finally talking. I mean, he's finally speaking clear. So he's like, mm-hmm. And I'm like, what? I thought like his dad was like, I thought my brothers were like trying to like meme. Thought it was like kind of a joke. Maybe he touched the teacher's face a little hard or And then I'm like, you can't go back? And he's like, mm-mm. And he's all smiley, and I'm like, well, why did you punch her? And he's like, I don't like her. It's like, what? And like, I have to hold in that laughter because I'm so in love with laughing that I reward toxic behavior by laughing at it. So people go, oh, I got John to laugh, and they keep doing it. And everyone in my life is like that, where they're like, you know, like my buddy will say a slur, and I'll be like, ha ha ha. And then he'll keep doing it for the rest of the night, and I'm like, bro, that's not funny. You know what I mean? So I shouldn't have laughed in front of my nephew. But I was also kind of proud he's not taking that bitch's shit. It's a joke. Just started to see my ex again. We've been talking about going back together, etc. But she told me she fucked some other guy while we have been seeing each other lately. I said ciao and left her. Did I do the right thing? Yes. Well, no, you did the wrong thing by seeing her. Because really, you should know in your heart before you meet up with her. Like, you should do that talk, like, do that mirror talk with yourself. Like, where is this headed? Because you knew deep down you're not going to stay with that bitch. Number two, right? Okay? It's none of my business. Okay? It's none of my business. Because what I know for a fact is you're an adult. Okay? There's nothing easier than knowing if you did the right thing. You just ask yourself honestly, right? Let's say she was a good person and she didn't fuck the other dude. Let's say she's not a whore, right? Ask yourself honestly, did you give more to her than she gave to you? That's all you gotta ask, right? Even if she's a good person, you should ask that. You should always be asking that one question. You should be competing to see who's a better person, you or her, And, well, yeah, you did the wrong thing for going back to the hoe. Because usually you can sense that too. You know, she doesn't need to tell you. You could probably sense something's up. And I'm gonna kind of like black pill you here a little bit. 99% of modern day females are animals. They're nothing like your mother. You're so confused that they're like your mom that you think, oh, another chance, they're animals, dude. Like dogs, pigs, like, I'm telling you, you know that stuff you see on the internet where it's like women complaining about being with a very mean person and blah, blah, blah? That's just the loud ones that want attention, correct? Most of the time. But you never hear the stories of the average Joe man, right? Just the average Joe. And the average Joe does everything for her, and he still gets skinned alive. And it's not something like, oh, it's just in her nature. It's nothing like that. In the 50s, women weren't like this at all. In the 50s, they were great people. But there's this heavy Masonic programming, and if you don't believe in that, you should look into this Balenciaga thing and see how right I am about this stuff. There's this heavy Masonic programming where women choose to be whores over having relationships, and they come at you and say, I'm choosing to be free. And you're like, bitch, what? Free from what? You chose to be in a relationship, and now you're choosing to be a whore? What? when they say, "Oh, I'm trying to be free, I'm trying to go out," what they're really saying to you is, "I was just suppressing my whoreness when I was dating you." Right? They're like suppressing who they are. They're trying to like convince themselves that they're gonna get married and all that, but really they're whores. Because what a whore is someone who tells the whole world, "I'm not free dating chat. I'm not free. I'm not free dating chat. I dated chat for a year. I'm not free. Chat isn't letting me be a whore." Well, why are you dating chat? And when you look at it, right? When you look at it, they don't know what they want. So in the beginning, when they want a relationship, it makes sense to you. You go, "Oh yeah, she's not lying." But deep down, they don't know what they want because of that Masonic programming that's not effective on programming men as much. It's kind of like if a Jehovah's Witness or some dude who knocks on your door, right? A salesman, right? If a salesman knocks on your door and tries to sell you something, he's gonna have a hard time. But if he knocks on the door and your girlfriend opens the door, now he has a 50% chance of at least wasting her time, right? Like, they're very easy to be programmed. They'll listen to that shit. So after years and years of this programming, they cannot rip hoe behavior out of their DNA. They can't pull it, right? And the thing is like, men are such good people, or the average guy, not like the drug dealer, not the fucking guy in prison, just the average guy, that men actually, even if they don't believe in saving a hoe, they actually extend their hand and they say, "Nobody wants to be a whore. I'll help you," right? Nobody's trying to be a whore, right? And it's like, yeah, here's when it'll make sense to you guys. Nobody wants to be an alcoholic, but they're an alcoholic. Nobody wants to do heroin, but they're a heroin addict. Nobody wants to be a loser, but they never get work done. Nobody wants, you know what I mean? Like, people don't want to be who they are, but they continue to do the things to be that person. So when you meet a sweet girl who's a whore, she doesn't want to be a whore. You don't want her to be a whore. Her family, her friends, nobody wants her to be a whore, but her family, her friends, everything around her in the TV will say, "It's the easy path." And she will be a whore, right? And you got to ask yourself, right? You got to ask yourself deep down, is your influence strong enough to make her snap out of it? And it's not. It's never that strong, okay? It's never that strong. So stop. If you were to go to Colombia and meet a girl, everything I said, take it with a grain of salt. It's not that real. But if you're in the US, everything I said should be on the money. One in the chat. Yeah, I went to Colombia and I said, I'm going to shit on these people because everyone says they're beautiful and I'm tired of them getting that. You know, I'm so tired of them. I said, I'm so tired of them getting that, "Oh, we're the beautiful people" thing, and everyone talks about it, and I'm like, this shit has to be cliche, but no, Colombians are the most beautiful people on earth. Like, no makeup, all that. That was impressive. And I didn't even meet any. I didn't stay with any. None of that. Just like people who served me and shit. But yeah, I think I'm going to do a trip there. And I think I'm actually going to be those guys when I'm older who goes to South America to find a wife. Because, oh my God, are people... How do you say this? Does your nephew's mom hate you? No, she finds me funny. How do I say this? Hold on. How do I say this? Hold on. That whole meme about going to a third world country and finding a wife is actually real. Like, they are so... There was very, like, aggressive looking women who were feminine, high ranking position women who were feminine, low ranking women who were feminine. It's just like the cultural thing to be feminine. And I'm thinking, like, you know how we'll have those podcasts with like 100 girls and we'll be like, oh, that one's the feminine one. Dude, that's a fugazi, right? Feminine is reserved for these third world countries. Like, that stuff you see in my podcast where you're like, this girl's the sweet one. No, the real sweet ones are in these countries. And but I didn't spend any time. I just kept sleeping. I was so tired and all that. And then I flew back. But I'm gonna fly back there to enjoy it with Haas, actually. And we're gonna go meet people this time. Zherka, how could I sell you on polygamy? I've tried it. Like, I'm not new to it. I'm not new to it, but I just think it's against God, period, right? Male, female, child. It's not rocket science. But yeah, I've tried having like 3 girlfriends at the same time. It was 4, but one was in Toronto. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. There's like a lot less fulfillment doing that stuff. It's kind of like never really getting to know any of them. And I think the best part of dating is getting to know someone. As gay as that sounds, sometimes you dig deep in someone and then you find things that you actually have in common with them that are tiny. Like, it could be just like one mini clip video game or something. And then that stuff kind of makes you think, oh wow, there's this person also had a childhood and experienced what I experienced, and then the world becomes more colorful. Yeah, no, marriage is not just a lot of work. I think it's the only work, you know, because career is easy, career is fun, career is you. Marriage is the hard part, because yeah, it's like you're deprogramming a woman from her Western thinking, and as you're deprogramming her, she has to constantly remind herself, I trust this guy. He's not fucking me up. Which is like, you know how scary that is for a girl, like 8 years down the road, to go, oh wow, we got divorced, he fucked me up. But yeah, I think that's the only work left for adults, really, because career is the easy part, and this channel knows it. You fucking bunch of coders and nerds. Is coding a career? Is streaming a career? It's in their biology to test your manhood constantly. Yeah, that's healthy. What's unhealthy is anxiety, you know? That's unhealthy, because you'll never meet a woman who don't have anxiety. You know what I mean? It's kind of sad. Because you grow up with your aunts and your mom and your, you know, and their anxieties are like legitimate. You know, they have like real problems. And then, you know, you meet Alabrelina or whatever. Is it that loud? For women, it's hard because they risk a guy taking the best years of her life and then dipping. Yeah, I mean, dude, it really comes down to something that's like super attacked. Anyone who says this gets super attacked. But if God is not involved in the marriage, it will fail. And I don't mean like she just goes to church. I mean like the bitch is like knocking on wood for everything. Like she's super into that life. That kind of a woman. But I'm old fashioned, dude. You know, even my parents say I'm extreme because I believe divorce should be illegal. I don't believe that. I know it. I know it's the right thing. Go to Colombia, zombie. What's your advice for breaking the touch barrier? Yeah, I'm writing an ebook on this stuff. Quick one, but I'll give you something free. Only break touch barrier when she's laughing. So everyone does it wrong. I used to study men at the club, and I'd be like, ooh, that's so cringe. Why are you, you know? But when she can't breathe, every time she giggles, you can tap her. And that makes that process of getting her so much shorter. But a lot of guys will break touch barriers in quiet situations, which is like, dude, that's only in the movies. Don't ever fucking do that. Touch barrier is like, how do you explain touch barrier? I don't know. Like, if you don't touch your date for the first few, if you don't touch your date for the first few hours, then when you try to at the end of the night, it's super awkward. Right? So you want to break that barrier immediately as soon as you see them, right? And like the way I used to do it is we'd go out for like, say we're going to the movies, and she'd be like, oh my god, John, and she'd come hug me, and as she's hugged me, I'd as soon as she gets off, I'd pat her head, and then she'd be like, hey, stop. And then that combo means okay. Then when you grab her hand watching the movie, it's not awkward. But if you don't do any kind of like touch intentional touches, it's awkward as fuck. You know, you gotta be like those guys who yawn and put their arms around her and weird ass shit, right? Yeah. And also, I've never grabbed a hand. Well, you know, but you should really do this. Open your hand. Right? And then if she's got half a brain cell, she'll just put her hand on yours. And then it's got to go from hands to arm to body, like a pyramid, into the all-seeing, one-eyed snake. And watch out for Muhammad Atta. Yeah. What if I got sweaty hands? Who cares, dude? Who cares? John, define God for me, though. Definition of God will be unity. Because anything divided, right? A divorce, anything break up, a family breaking up, is away from God, right? God will be unity. God will be purity. God would be light. God would be truth. Not lies, not deception. All knowing. But if you wanted like I know since you're kind of more nerdy, I'll say it like this. G-O-D. G is for generator, O is for operator, and D is for destroyer. So God doesn't just will the universe, he sustains it too. And also destroys. It is. I can see what you're saying about Isis, Horus, and how it's Luciferian and stuff. But really, to say God doesn't destroy is fucking retarded, right? But what you want to focus on is not the aspect of light and darkness. The true aspect is God is just light, pure, and love. And what I mean by that is those people who try and rationalize God as everything bad that happens to them is God and blah, 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 right? They're anti-free will. They don't enter the debate sphere. Don't even talk to those people. No, since I've talked to P, that's the example he wanted. But I could just really give you the real answer. But he's not going to like this answer. God is Jesus Christ. That is the biggest name of God on earth, right? It's the only name everyone knows. Everyone on earth, 7 billion people on earth know that name. And there's a reason for that, right? It shaped society, that name, shaped consciousness, shaped everything. And it's the best, it's the most loving example of God too, sacrificial God. Because when you ask yourself what is the ultimate act of love, would be like some Goku shit, some Piccolo in front of Gohan's or Nappa's beam that's about to kill Gohan, right? Yeah. But you don't like that definition. I know who you are. So you wanted like a more, God is like sustaining the whole universe at the same time after creating it. You haven't read enough on this stuff. Trust me. Read Islam and you will see. You mean read the Quran. And I have read it, okay? And in the Quran you can have multiple wives. It's not my cup of tea, dude, because I've tried that. And that is not what God wants. No way. I mean, it would be nice. Imagine 3 bitches. Just, hey, 3 bitches. Yeah, I read almost everything except deep into Buddhism, not really. And Hinduism, not that deep, but pretty much everything I've read. I mean, guys, you know, the end of your religious journey, you'll either choose to follow your tribe's religion, meaning where you're born, what your parents follow, which is your cultural religion, or what you feel is the truth. Right? And there's very few people on earth who watch Christian nations getting destroyed and other nations being pulled up. And it kind of makes you think, you know. It's like, why are these other nations not being targeted? I mean, if they are being targeted, it's not in the same way. It's more for resources. It's not a spiritual sniper rifle at their heads. Isn't having multiple wives good in terms of... No, I'm not arguing this. Bro, in the Bible, Solomon had 300 wives. Abraham had 2 wives. Yes, Solomon also used dark spirits, okay? You think I follow the Bible perfectly? I don't think I'm King Solomon, who's like the wealthiest guy ever. Yeah, sounds a little satanic. I'm not those religious cucks who go, oh, I actually prayed to my prophets too, like Solomon and Abraham, and it's just Jesus. That's it. Okay? I don't do that thing where it's like, oh, Noah and this guy and that guy. I don't do the idol worship. What about this saint, John? I don't do that. I don't do none of that. That shit's gonna get you good. That shit is a ticket to hell. Okay? I go for the Alpha, the Omega. right? I follow the Alpha and the Omega. Christians worship a prophet. No, they don't. You fucking retarded. What do you think of Mormons? You think you have fucking Jehovah's? What are you talking about? Jehovah's Witnesses believe. Some of them believe. A lot of them believe that Michael was also Jesus, because it said Jesus' voice comes down like an archangel, and they had some like similarities. Do you admit God was an Arab/Middle Eastern man? No. To say Jesus was black, Jesus was white, Jesus was Arab is the most retarded argument. It's like, first of all, who cares, right? If you have a problem with Jesus being Albanian or black, or you're kind of missing the point. You're not really gaining from that holy book. It's the word of God, right? Is it a conclusion you came to based on everything you've seen on religion, or is it something else? The conclusion I came to is really based on who the devil is targeting the most. And the devil is not targeting the God, not even... Here. Read about Freemasonry, and you'll find out who God is, because they hate and piss and do sacrifices on altars against this God. When you find out about the ruling class and who they hate, you're gonna find out it's not your God, and it's the worst feeling in the world, because it's kind of like you feel complicit almost if you're a part of any other religion, right? Even if you're a Catholic, right? If you're a Catholic, right? I love my Catholics, but if you're a Catholic, you need some Walter in your life. You need to look at the right stuff. But once you read enough Masonic literature, you find out which God they hate, and you find out that, like, here, chat. One in the chat: if the devil grants you all the material wealth on earth and all the money on earth circulates around the devil. Does anyone believe that? Yeah. And all the money on earth circulates the Vatican, right? That uses the Protestant nations to wage war in the Middle East and blah, blah, blah. But really what you're admitting to is that all the world's wealth is in the guys who are putting the cross upside down. Right? So a lot of people take that as if it's like, oh, so it's Catholics, and no. The devil will invert God's name. Does that make sense? As in, if you believe that all the world's wealth is surrounding the devil, then you believe in Christ. You don't believe in your religion, you immediately will believe in Christ. Because you'll say, oh, shit. Yeah, that is all the world's wealth. But now, if you want to say, actually, there, right? That's... The cross exists in Islam too, that proves nothing. No, the point is not the cross. What the fuck? It's the wealth, you fucking retard. How the fuck is the cross... What did I say about the cross? That it's inverted? No, the point is the wealth. Royales will be coming back Friday, I think. For a little bit, for a few weeks. Jon Zherka from the heart, I swear, read Islam more, you will see, please. I can't. Look at this. I've read it. Okay? It's actually a lot of fun. But again, I would be going with the religion that is not being attacked by Freemasons. And I'm not going against that religion because Freemasons have destroyed, perverted this whole reality. Meaning, if I want to stand against evil, I'm going to go to what evil's obsessed with stabbing, and I'm going to be like, okay, stab me too, motherfucker. It's like a bunch of Canaanites in this chat. The seed of Cain in this chat. If you believe that the devil inverts God, right, but will use God's name to attract people and then deceive them, you're going to see that the devil sits on the Pope's throne, and you're going to come to our side. Or you're going to cope and say, well, actually, since my parents are not a part of this religion, I'm not going to join. It's like, okay, then go. I'm sure you'll just be a good person then. You know, I'm sure you can work it out with God. Okay, I'm not here to convert people. I think that part's actually so stupid because I'm not good at that. I'm not good at converting people. You know, that's like what I'm horrible at. Most people in the West are Christians. Oh my God, this guy's so fucking stupid. Focus, man. Forget the West. Forget the West, okay? Alright? Where is all the world's money? Okay? All the world's money is in the Vatican. The devil is at the Vatican. He's not a Saudi. Do you understand? That's the point I'm making, you fucking retard. You can't say, if $10 million buys you power, imagine infinite money. That's what the Vatican holds. That's the devil. Well, not infinite, but, you know, to us it looks like it's infinite. But all the power is at the Vatican. It's not in the Saudis. It's not with the Chinese. Wealthiest man in the world is a Saudi. Oh my. So are you saying that man is the devil? How are you missing the point? And that's not even true, okay? Saudis don't have money like the royal family or the Vatican. It's just, they don't, dude. There's levels to that shit, okay? Unless you're one of those people who think, oh, the British royal family doesn't actually have power, John. If you're like one of the, my dad says that. He's like, oh, they're kind of just there for tradition. I'm like, really? They didn't fund the World Economic Forum that's bringing us the fourth industrial revolution? Are you joking me? Do you not read? How come every prophet of God from the beginning of time said only worship God, but then told us to worship Jesus who went to the bathroom? Please tell me. Okay, I hear what you're saying. You're saying he's just human, right? All right, let's just go with that argument. Jesus is just human, but is a bigger name than your God. Any God. You could be from any religion and you lose. So either your God lost to a mortal, or that mortal is not like Zeus and Thor, and it's a name that's here for thousands and thousands of years, and you can't even push this name away. You can do whatever you want, but the Holy Bible is going nowhere. Like, that book is, you can try and rip it out of schools and do whatever you want to it, but it's going nowhere. That name will be here till the end of time. Meaning, And I've heard that argument before where they're like, well, John, can't the devil be as popular as Jesus? And then I asked them, okay, so you're saying Jesus is the devil? And they go, well, according to my religion, no. There was only one Jewish guy that said, okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, fine. He's burning and shit. I'm going to have him on stream. He's Haz's friend. And he's the only one who doubled down. And I'm like, well, at least you doubled down, right? Yeah. Also, the devil's name cannot be bigger than God's. What are you talking about? The devil's name has never been bigger than God's. Are you fucking retarded? Not even close. Our stream's coming back. Yeah, man. That's why I'm live so early. Most people follow the devil. I wouldn't say follow the devil. Follow the devil means like you're always sinning. There's good farmers around the world. There's normal people. You shouldn't give up on God that easy, dude. But I see what you're saying. Like in big cities, a lot of people just sin constantly. Where do you see China in the global world order? Do you think they are in the sheets with Freemasons? Yeah, a lot of Chinese people are Freemasons, but again, if this is again, it'll always be Vatican, Switzerland, Israel, you know, powerful countries, the UK. It's where most of the Freemasons that matter are, and yeah, but it is the Vatican at the top. Make no mistake about that. You know, I've been researching for like a decade. So a lot of people think like they're gonna like try and debate this. No, dude, no, like stop, okay? I've heard one guy try and make the argument, yeah, the Vatican has more money, but I still think this country is holding the root of all evil. Okay, but then why don't they have all the power? You fucking retarded. You're missing the USA. USA is kind of just like the lapdog of Europe. You know, I know a lot of people here think Europe is not a thing, but read more. Right? EU is the highest GDP on earth, and which doesn't even matter because even without the European nations, the Vatican is the richest place on earth. The Vatican is all the evil on earth, right? Remember, the Pope signs into that office, or whatever you want to call it, into that, I don't want to call it like, yeah, but when the Pope signs his name to be the Pope, he signs to be king of the world. He doesn't sign to be king of UK or king of Italy, or he signs to be king of the world. But it's actually perverted because they make him kiss the feet of other leaders, because it's really run by the Jesuits, right? The Assassin's Creed Order, which is the Black Pope and his team. And they're not even at the highest up, because above them are the sages, right? And even the word saint comes from the word sage, which are the anointed ones. And these people really tap into the third eye and really practice dark arts, black magic, sex magic, cannibalism in a lot of cases. That's more for the ruling class, but I'm talking about the top of the top. There's rituals that involve cannibalism. And these sages are grand wizards, kind of like Albert Pike, which is the best one of the Freemasons, historically speaking. But yeah, again, the gayest part about learning all of this is understanding why Harry Potter is so influential. And it's not because it's a good book. It's because those gay spells they do are based on real spells that look a lot different. Like in this world, it's more like wish fulfillment, dream fulfillment, and It's scary stuff to know how powerful your will is. Like, you can will things that, well, for me, it makes sense. I've willed a lot into my life. But those sacrifice rituals do change. Fucking drive me nuts with that fucking. Those sacrificing kids thing. Here, I'm going to show you guys. If you don't believe that they sacrifice kids by now, and I don't think I can even show this on Twitch. Has anyone covered the Balenciaga thing on Twitch? Nobody even does this shit. What am I saying? Seal of the Black Sun. Or is that the sigil I'm thinking of? Hold on. Hold on. Is this... Oh, did you guys want to react? Should we end this intro? We can react to this stuff Elmi is sending. Because I'm live so early, we can just see all of it. The Balenciaga thing is insane, but is it really? Like, think about it. I've been covering this for years. How is the Balenciaga story shocking anyone in this chat, right? Those guys in my chat who say, "Oh, John, you're just entertaining. You're not telling the truth. There's no way they sacrifice." Was I right? Or was I right again? And I don't mean like right, like those right-wing channels who go, "Yeah, dude, they're just murdering." I explain why. I'm telling you, I'm always right on the money. And I even said the harem abif ritual of raising harem and abif, which is the mockery of Christ, they do that. And so many people are like, "Well, John, why would the fashion world, why would rappers, why would..." Enough why? And I'm tired of being correct, man. When that guy covered on Twitch, he didn't show any photos because there's like artwork of children naked being cannibalized. It's very gross stuff. I tweeted about it. They apologized for it. Elmi, can you help me? Because the links that you give me are, some of them I don't think I'm supposed to show on Twitch. Oh wait, Muslims in chat, enough trying to convert me. You guys got Andrew Tate. You got someone better. Just stop trying to convert me. Okay. I don't get preachy with you guys. What the fuck? Just be an ally. I thought you were battling evil here. Fucking trying to convert me. Right? Take converted for clout. Some people said he converted so he can enter a bigger minority consciousness that can get him unbanned faster. I was like, that's a little much. Do you believe through meditation people can recall their past exactly? Yeah, 100%. There's actually a hypnotic therapy you can go to for that stuff. Okay. Okay, we'll start with Elmi's. Meditation. Okay, Balenciaga, where are you, baby? You said Seal of the Sun first? Okay, boys. Bro, you're worshipping a Jewish man. My dude, you read Morals and Dogma. He talks about unleashing the nihilists in the world. And without God, you will be a nihilist. You need to pick at least, just pick a fucking religion, bro. Okay? Because you're going to be a part of their plan of being unleashed. Also, you got to remember, let's just say God didn't exist. You still have to pick a religion, because there's no way you're going to tell your grandmother who's terminally ill that there's no God. Okay? So even for practical reasons, you need to pick a religion, because or else your tribe is just weak. You're going to tell your grandma what? So, but I swear, guys, check this out. I'm the only dude on earth who didn't do the Jordan Peterson cuck shit, where Jordan Peterson chose being a Christian because it provides a better society, and that's why. He didn't choose it because it's the truth. That's fucking retarded. That's fucking illegal to say you're a conservative. Get the fuck out. All right? As far as I'm concerned, Muslims and Christians are the only conservatives, the only people I've ever fucked with in my life, ever, fully, and everyone else is coping, and they're coping bad. They're coping so bad that they have horrible fucking mental health. And most of the Christians are fucking cucks, because for some reason, they cannot be strict. What is up with Christians not being able to be strict? And it's because they had more of that Masonic programming in the West. You know, in my third world, we were kicking a fucking football around, playing with rabies and shit. You know, in my country, we didn't have as much programming. What do you think of Jesse Lee Peterson? I think he's the first YouTuber I ever watched. I think he's funny as hell, right? He's my favorite white supremacist.
12, both in the structure of the Sonnenrad mosaic and that of the room built around it. A discussion of numerology seems a reasonable place to begin.
Jon Zherka, where do you get your intel on these elites? The dark web. And I have a group. I have a 3-year-long group on Discord. Outside, it's not a server. It's like, it's really 4 guys, but like, we don't know where one of them went. He disappeared forever. But we're still in the same chat. And we shit post a lot in there. And we're all old men. Like, we read. Like, do you know how weird it is to tell the youth, hey, read a book? Because I never read books my whole life. But these books are, get on an airplane ride and read one of the books I recommend you. They're life-changing, my dude. And what's crazy is, as evil and satanic as these Masonic authors are, they provide a lot of insight and a lot of truth too. So just because they're evil doesn't mean you can't learn from them. Do you know what I mean? So they'll explain to you what they're gonna do to you, and it's like, you know, you'll start waking up with a different routine, you know. And I'm so glad I'm off these vacations and shit, where I can finally get back into it. But they explain to you exactly. Yeah, I don't know how long this lisp is lasting, but. Dude, I need a plane that goes around the world 20 times to read all of this. Yeah, it is a lot. If I were you, pick your favorite things that I talk about and then only study that. So the one guy in my Twitter DMs was like, oh, Zherka, my favorite thing you talk about is the Black Pope. So he knows probably more than me, right? And I think that's how you should do it, like one at a time. If you tackle on a lot of books and shit, you just, like, you become like, look at this. Oh, fuck, no. Pretend that didn't happen. Not my passwords. My password booklets. Fuck. I spilled the Red Bull. It's okay, I got new teeth. So random. This fucking teeth shit was such a random trip. Look at this. Okay, look at this. Right? This This is funny. If I turn it and show you which books these are, I would get permaban. No, I wouldn't get, but people would raise an eyebrow. They'd be like, okay, bro. But yeah, that's just for this week, and I eat them. I eat this shit. I get hungry for this shit. Because here's the best thing about reading. The best thing, have you ever clicked on a YouTube video and you go, wow, that guy's channel is so original. No one can duplicate him. It's from a book. Okay? Most channels are copies of other channels, but if you want to be authentic, go to the hard stuff, you know? Those are the real push-ups, is reading, right? And the reading isn't hard. Finding what to read is hard, because you'll always pick stupid waste of time shit. I'll show you. When I'm at 1 million followers, you guys will be like, okay, he was right. All right, because money talks to you guys.
Although a definite medievalist streak looms large over Himmler's remodeling of Wewelsburg Castle, according to SS Obergruppe.
Yo, Elmi, you're my favorite Muslim in chat. You're my favorite flat earther in chat. But most importantly, have you ever looked into this stuff and realized most people in this chat, or most people who agree with us on everything except flat earth, how are they coming to the same conclusions? Because when you're spellcasting, you need the 4 points of south, north, east, south, west, and up and down, right? Above and below. And they write it down. And I'm like, if you think you're on a ball, there is no up and down. You're always turning. And so none of that makes any sense to these fucking globalist fucking retards. So I'm like, most of the people on our side who are not flat earthers, none of that spellcasting stuff can even make sense to them. They just pretend. They're like, oh yeah, I understand it. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you? Or the whole stars falling into you, but you think they're burning balls of gas. When you're entering a trance-like state and opening your third eye, the stars fall into you. But these people are thinking like burning balls of gas are falling. It's just so fucking stupid. Another thing is, they don't think stars and the moon and the sun, they don't think the moon and the stars and the comets are solar bodies. So they'll be like, John, I know we get our energy from the sun, but not the moon and not the stars. I'm like, man, you need flat earth to go into this stuff. You're a fucking retard. They talking about you on Cute Vods stream. Oh.
Gruppenführer Karl Wolff, the top 12 SS generals that were to meet in the hall, represented the 12 Knights of the Round Table. One of the castle's study halls was dubbed König Artus, etc. An Arthurian inspiration is by itself insufficient to explain the number's prominence. For instance, we know that the ancient Greeks worshipped 12 Olympian deities, to whom an altar described by Pindar.
It's always 12 because it's a zodiac thing. Same with Egypt, same with Greeks, same with Romans. It's always 12. Chinese, it's always zodiac thing. Even the card game you play for gambling is based off the calendar. Everything is based off that calendar. And if you're asking, well, it's just like numbers and we just record it. No, the word month comes from the word moon, right? It's a moon cycle of the moon illuminating and then dropping its illumination and back again, right? So that calendar is important because it comes from everything they map out for thousands of years from the sky. The calendar is very heavily linked into this kind of magic. Okay.
As the navel of the city was dedicated in the Agora of Athens. In Latium, the 12 statues of the De Consentis stood in the Forum in the heart of Rome alongside the law of the 12 tables. The Prose Edda states that 12 are the Aesir of the race of gods, and that Odin, the highest and eldest of the Aesir, is known by 12 names. The Norse gods held court atop their 12 seats in Ida Field in the center of Asgard, a realm that was held to be the middle of the world. Furthermore, in the center of Niflheim, beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, lies the spring of Vergelmer, out of which 12 rivers flow, and so on. These are but a few examples of the link within Indo-European mythology between the number 12 and the traditional motif of the world axis. In Wewelsburg Castle's Obergruppen Führershall, as in the Roman Forum and Athenian Agora, the number 12...
Hold up. Leak.
marks a sacred boundary that, owing to its association with the zodiac, projects the circumscribed area outside of time and space. Mircea Eliade explains this process in the following terms. The reality of the site is secured through consecration of the ground, i.e. through its transformation into a center. Naturally, the consecration of the center occurs in a space qualitatively different from profane space. Through the paradox of right, every consecrated space coincides with the center of the world, just as the time of any ritual coincides with the mythical time of the beginning. Clearly, the sun wheel of Wewelsburg Castle cannot be reduced to a mere ornament.
This is the Nazis, right?
When designing the Obergruppen Führershall, Himmler was appealing to an ancient and venerable tradition that, as we will continue to show, predates the Arthurian legend by thousands of years. One of the many meanings of the Black Sun, then, is one of totality. As such, its counterpart in sacred geometry is the dodecahedron with its 12 faces, like those of the 12 Olympians and 12 Aces.
Yeah, this is correct. I'm saving it. He's right. This is correct.
Staring into an immovable pitch-black center. The hub of the cosmic wheel around which the universe rotates like stars across the night sky. Though derailed by the outbreak of war, plans for the construction of an eternal flame placed atop a golden disc in the middle of the sun wheel are attested by the presence of a gas line beneath the room's floor. This mirrors the central fire of Pythagorean astronomy, a hidden or dark sun at the universe's core.
Do these videos give you peace? I do. They give me truth. Look at this shit. Where's the Balenciaga? Didn't I post about Balenciaga? Son of a bitch. Didn't I post about it? Someone send me a shoe on head. Yeah, she's... The brand Balenciaga just did a interesting photo shoot for their new products recently, which included a very purposefully poorly hidden court document about virtual child porn while the child is holding a BDSM stuffed teddy bear. And there's also ones where the child is asleep on their stomach after empty bottles of wine. Yeah, everything I talk about is real, and this is what's trending right now. Everything I talk about is the truth. It doesn't give me peace of mind. It gives me the truth, and the truth matters. We're going to look into it in a sec. But again, Gwen in chat, you were wrong. I was right. Again. This is the one I posted. Yeah, look how creepy this is. Look at their artwork. Look at their artwork. Is this not the stuff I talk about on my stream, on my channel for years and years and years? And you'd think all the evidence I bring, still not enough? Look at this. Look at this. Is it just art, or is the left, are progressives just very creepy? No, these are Satanists. These are Luciferians. These are everything I've been saying they are. I've been calling it time and time again, and nobody is listening. And what's crazy is they're going to fall asleep in a few weeks, and they're going to say, John, you're back to being crazy. We forgot about that. No, fuck you. You're complicit. Look at the empty bottles of wine. did they say? And someone said, well, where are the parents? The parents listen, ruling class liberal parents feed their children to the beast system. Everyone knows this. One of the pics from Balenciaga child photos has Balenciaga spelled on tape, spelled Balenciaga. Oh, that is so. Oh, I didn't see this one. Again, Baal, Beelzebub, Baal worship, Babylonian. All names for the same thing. No, not just Phoenicians. This name is way older than people say it is. I can't wait to drop this documentary I'm making. It's going to have so much... Yeah, it's going to be really good. It's going to have all this stuff. I mean, we don't even need to add this part, but... Yeah. Elmi, send me this one on Discord. This one in particular. Yeah, the photographer's whole portfolio is of kids across the world with toys. Yeah. I mean, the stuff I cover is it's just nonsense.
Core of which our yellow sun is but a shadow. Aside from Pythagoras, numerous mystics throughout history have described the faraway reaches of the Godhead as wrapped on all sides in darkness. This darkness is the shroud of an ineffable mystery visible only to the ascetic, who, like Odin, sacrifices his eye so that he may be granted second sight.
Right, so that's the third eye working with demons to awaken the third eye fully. It seems you can awaken it in a good way, but Manny P. Hall, 33-degree Freemason, says don't even attempt that.
Dionysius the Areopagite alluded to the same principle when writing that, by passing beyond everything, yourself included, irresistibly and completely, you will be exalted in pure ecstasy right up to the dark splendor of the divine superessence. Therefore, the black sun is so named because, paraphrasing Johannes Tauler, the paths of sense perception will never discover it. Iranian Sufism similarly refers to the divine night, a black light that is the source and origin of all light. For example, in the Rose Garden of Mystery, a 14th century Persian text, it is said that the black color is light of pure ipseity. Within this darkness is the water of life. Ipseity, synonymous here with Meister Eckhart's concept of istikite or selfness, is the Atma, what remains of our being when all that is anatta, or not I, is dissolved. As mentioned in the Rose Garden of Mystery, the divine night is not an end in itself, but a threshold that must be crossed before one can drink the water of life. Avicenna tells us that perpetual darkness surrounds the pole unpenetrated by any ray of light, but he who fearlessly enters this darkness will emerge into a clearly lighted plain, where he will find this springing fountain. A polar region concealed in perpetual darkness is equivalent to the motif of the inaccessible or hidden land that surfaces in countless Indo-European traditions, otherwise known as Hyperborea. There, behind a veil of obscurity, reigns Yima, the first man, over a city of pure, uncreated light, and where, according to the Avesta, the green never fades, and the golden age never ends. A common initiatic theme in many mystery religions of antiquity related to the image of black light is that of the midnight sun. After being initiated into the cult of Isis, Apuleius declared, Accessi confinium mortis, nocte media vidi solem coruscantem lumine, meaning, I approach the boundaries of death.
Do not watch this. It has no science, just stories. That's exactly why we watch it. Trust the sciences in my chat? What happened to your little COVID, little boy?
At midnight, I saw the sun shining with its brilliant light. Here, the boundary of death is the selfsame darkness that, for Avicenna, envelops the polar paradise and shields it from decay. By crossing this threshold, by successfully navigating this supernal obscurity, one becomes Dvija, twice born. The 12 rays of the black sun are visible to them alone. When, in his recital of the Occidental exile, Ibn Suhrawardi speaks of being brought back to life after being cut into pieces, he is alluding to this same second birth. His vision of a sun rising at the edge of darkness announces an inner illumination, pointing the way to the wilderness in the mountains, another clear symbol of centrality.
So let me get this straight. No matter where you're born in ancient times, it's always about being illuminated and sun worship and good and evil, dark and light, and you must overcome, blah, blah, blah. And it's always Apollo, Horus, Osiris. It's always sun worship, the Statue of Liberty. It's always light bearer. So clearly these people are not worshiping the light. They're worshiping the light bearer, Lucifer, the one helping them see.
Najim Cobra, another medieval Persian mystic, describes the journey to the pole with the chromatic language of the Hermetic tradition, associating each step of the soul's return with a specific color.
Hermetic means sealed, like a cult, hidden, yeah.
Witnessing first a darkness of natural existence, then a fiery light, then the green light of the heart. As the symbol of the first stage of the alchemical magnum opus.
You don't think learning too deep about this stuff can be harmful to your soul? That's if you're saying that because you're tempted. You're like, oh, if I learn how to conjure spirits, maybe I'll do it. I'm not tempted, bro. I'm not gay like you.
The black sun, or Sol Niger, is associated with putrefaction or calcination, and signifies the destruction of the physical body. We have already spoken of the link between initiatory death, often expressed in terms of ritual dismemberment, and the color black. In contrast, Cobra's fiery or red light recalls the appearance of Apuleius' midnight sun and signals the completion of the Hermetic great work.
When do the orcs show up? Yeah, open your Tinder, you fucking useless bitch. With your fat, ugly girls texting you. You can make fun of it, but you'll never have my life.
For Suhrawardi as well, beyond the divine night, at the summit of the cosmic mountain, i.e. the mythical pole, where heaven and earth meet, stands the Emerald Rock. This gem's color is associated with Hyperborea, the land of eternal spring where...
Another thing, what else is emerald? The northern lights. Right there in the North Pole. Hyperborea, this is the four rivers. Every single ancient map talked about this, and now they say the North Pole, oh, there's just nothing there. There's just nothing. John, who actually believes there's nothing at the North Pole? Does anyone?
As per the Avesta,
search up Justin Trudeau North Pole and you'll see what I mean.
The green never fades. Even the Book of Revelation associates, in no uncertain terms, this color with the mythical center. And there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight like unto an emerald. It also bears repeating that the sun wheel mosaic in Wewelsburg Castle is not actually black, but green. In Suhrawardi's Book of Elucidations, Hermes witnesses the Pillar of Dawn, the midnight sun, bursting forth from its nocturnal tomb, whereupon a voice orders him to seize hold of the cable of the ray of light and rise to the battlements of the throne. He ascended until, we are told, both heaven and earth were beneath his feet. Here the meaning of Hermes' ascent should be obvious. In referring to a region above heaven and earth, we're dealing with the absolute transcendence.
See the caduceus? So you'll see that in the World Health Organization, ambulance. Those serpents, you'll see them in every single giant. I'm talking about like every single organization that governs the world, right? And you got to remember who funded the United Nations, the biggest group ever. It was funded by the Lucifer Trust. Now it's Lucius Trust, but go look at their biography.
Descendants of being and non-being alike, the pure unconditioned state or nirvana of the Buddhists that is the apex of Aryan spiritual practice. As mentioned earlier, the color scheme and indeed the imagery itself, evoked by the Persian Sufis in the mystical accounts of their journey to the pole, can be traced back to the Hermetic tradition. However, less well known is the connection between Sufi mysticism, esoteric alchemy, the Hyperborean mythos, and the Egyptian Amduat. The idea, which we have referenced multiple times in this text, that the black sun is a sort of gateway to a central luminous region, is found nowhere more explicitly than in the Egyptian funerary texts. Chiseled into the tombs of kings, they served a magical purpose, that of ensuring the safe passage of the deceased pharaoh, the embodiment of the sun god Ra, through the underworld.
And Ra reincarnates, right? Horus, the all-seeing eye, right? And it all goes up to Osiris, right? Which even Rosicrucians believe Osiris died on the cross and blah, blah. But it's the same sun god. Apollo, Lucifer, it's the same one. It's this different explanations from different lands of the same thing. They remember, Masonry is a religion of ancient Hermetic practices, rituals of the same sun god, right? And their god is a trinity, right? It's Isis, moon, sun, and El.
When the declining Ra enters through the western door, like Suhrawardi's Occidental exile, he does so as an old man. When he returns to the field of offerings in the east, he is rejuvenated. In between, he must travel through 12 caves, symbolizing the 12 hours of the night from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. In the 12th cave, 12 goddesses, 6 on each side, surround a child, heralding the sun god's imminent rise.
6 is always the devil's number of the material world, right? Because the material world is north, east, south, west, above, and below, right?
Upon entering the thick darkness, Ra is bound to the material sun which he represents, obliged to follow its nocturnal trajectory. Yet he emerges from the underworld at the 12th hour, having defeated time as a being of pure, uncreated light. In the meantime, however, he must undergo a series of trials of the Orphic type. At the 4th hour, Ra enters Rosatau, the tomb of Osiris, amidst the deepest darkness and silence.
Elmi, this is the best thing you've ever sent me. Send me more of this.
The exit is blocked by doors like knives, a familiar initiatory motif known as the Dangerous Passage. Ra enters the Black Sun and begins his fusion with Osiris, the Living One, an identification that will ultimately enable him to traverse the Death Chamber. Of the nature of this chamber, a spell that forms part of the so-called coffin texts relates the following. This is the sealed thing which is in darkness, with fire about it, which contains the efflux of Osiris, and it is put in Rosatau. It has been hidden since it fell from him, and it is what has come down from him onto the desert of sand. Considering that Osiris, the green-skinned god of the afterlife, is associated with natural and supernatural rebirth, there is a striking similarity between the location of the efflux of Osiris, according to the coffin texts, and that of the water of life, which, as mentioned in the Persian Rose Garden of Mystery, is also concealed within darkness.
Yeah, how'd you find this? He's even quoting it all from this book, but I don't know which book. Like, this is good.
Notice also that the above-mentioned spell contains the exact black-red-green color scheme utilized by Cobra and Suhrawardi in describing their ecstatic journey to the center. A second trial, similar to the Hall of Knives of the 4th hour, is found in the 5th cave. Ra must navigate a subterranean lake, the contents of which appear simultaneously as a soothing tonic to the just and impassable flames to the heavy-hearted. This, of course, is reminiscent of the dual properties ascribed to the Holy Grail and countless other analogous objects in the Hyperborean mythos. Those who cling to what is anatta are obliterated, for the water to those who are in the necropolis is fire. Interestingly, in Heracles' 6th labor, the midpoint of his trials, an analogous scene is presented. In his quest to slay the Stymphalian birds, the fabled hero is unable to cross a treacherous swamp, sinking further with every step due to his own weight. The meaning of this heaviness should be fairly clear. By means of a magic rattle, a gift from the deathless Athena, Heracles draws the steel-winged birds from their lair and slays them with arrows, symbolic, as is the rattle, of shamanic flight and of leaving the body. Note the similarity in passing between a flurry of birds with sharp wings and the hall of knives of the Duat. In the sixth cave of the underworld, in other words, at midnight, the fusion of the souls of Ra and Osiris is complete. Noon, the primordial ocean from whence all waters come, washes away all distinctions between light and darkness, and those between the beginning and the end of the solar cycle, the superposition of which is symbolized by the appearance of the midnight sun. Ra crosses the boundaries of death by being dismembered by proxy through his identification with Osiris, the one who was ritually cut into pieces the first time. The black sun is then inundated by the green ray, the efflux of the green-skinned god, and, seizing hold of its cables like Hermes, it begins its ascent towards the eastern horizon. A spell from the Kophic texts relates, in unambiguous terms, the effects of the emerald vision, the green ray of the Persian Sufis, on those who witness it. He who sees the dead Osiris will never die. Panning out, it is revealed that all along, the 12 caves of the Duat were merely segments of the great snake Ouroboros, the world encircler. The voyage from the western to the eastern door is made circular as the snake coils up on itself. At the point where its tail meets its mouth, heaven and earth collide and a gateway to the pole is opened. Ra's triumphant passage through the 12 caves mirrors the 12 victories of Heracles and those of the Buddha who, having transcended the 12 Nidana, escape from the circle of life and death.
Nationalist, you say?
To the Occidental exile traveling through an increasingly unfamiliar landscape, the essence of the Black Sun, the sealed thing which is in darkness, is a promise of escape from the burning, shifting sands. His journey to the center is fraught with peril. Before reaching the Emerald Isle, he must first traverse a black ocean, past the wrecks of 1,000 ships. At midnight, a lighthouse guides another boat ashore and disappears. Once again, perpetual darkness covers the pole.
From UFOs to ghost and psychic powers, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now and learn the stuff they don't want you to know.
Oh, I remember stuff they don't want you to know.
Book Fire from the Sun. I'll show you some images from that. And trigger warning, I guess. It doesn't show any children's private parts or anything.
Oh, now I'm triggered. Fuck. Fuck this shit. Now I'm mad. Fuck you, nerd. Why would he word it like that? Trigger warning, there's no child porn. What the fuck?
It is, technically speaking, art. But I am going to show you some images.
Okay.
There you can see some of the images from this Fire from the Sun. And I'll read to you how they're described. But there's one of them I have highlighted, which doesn't show too much. Just shows a kid with, like, I don't know, blood on him. Here's a description of the book. Just, in case I'm reading too much into it. Don't want to get to, like, my conspiracy hat on. Here's a description of the book. It says, Michael Borman's new work, which features toddlers engaged in playful but mysterious acts with sinister overtones and insinuations of...
Hold on. Let's not do that thing where it's like, well, maybe it's art, maybe it's not. Let's do the thing where there's a link. I think I posted it or someone did, where they talk about a Freemason ritual in this art book. Send me that. Of the raising of harem and the biff. Once you read that part, this stuff becomes easy.
Violence. So that's some of Michael Boromann's.
See, researching this stuff is too sus, though. I get that message a lot where it's like, if you research this stuff too much, maybe you'll start loving children. Is that what you're trying to say to me? The fuck?
Art, if you want to call it that. So that book was featured in the background, and that's the kind of art that he's known for. And you guys...
Pause. You know, the left is always outraged for any time something is unjust. Have you noticed how silent they are about this Balenciaga thing? Liberals too. Have you noticed that they don't care? There's something about the left and liberals where if they don't hate children, they're indifferent to them. But most of the time, they hate them. And they get mad that you point it out. You're like, hey, look, your side are pedos again. And they're like, I ain't again. It's like, dude, switch teams.
Know about the kind of artwork that Tony Podesta had in his house. There's a conspiracy theory that the elite are into really weird pedivore kind of art.
Conspiracy theory? Now I'm starting to think you're a little sus, Nathan. Sound like you're time traveler and you're actually Destiny's child. I mean, Destiny's son.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I don't know, was it
Ethan or Nathan? I always forget. What was Destiny's son's name? For like a year straight, when Destiny was a good friend of mine, he would tell me about his son all the time, and I kept calling his son Ethan. And after a year, Steven's like, yeah, his name's Nathan. Well, fucking correct me 300 days before that, dude.
Being proven to be true. Now, at this point, we know about Marina Abramovich.
Oh, that, dude, it's always Serbian. And look, I'm going to say it right now. If your name ends in Vich, you're like attached to a very satanic bloodline. Look at all the Viches in the world today. It's kind of crazy how many black magicians' names end with that. Like, you're always attached to some sorcery. Who am I thinking of? Oh, this could get really bad. Hey, one in the chat. Oh, I just realized who I'm thinking of. Whoa. Let's slow it down. Whoa. I just thought of a name. Okay. Getting a little bit shooty.
So that was one book that was featured there. That's not the only weird book. So I'll go back to the image. There's something else called the Cremaster Cycle, which is also in this image I'll show you.
It's getting a little Kanye.
The Cremaster Cycle. And the Cremaster muscle is a muscle that controls
semen,
the testicles, basically. And there's something called the Cremaster Cycle, which is like a 9-hour movie art, if you want to call it that, with images like...
It's always serpents, man. And this serpent worship is tied to the degenerate sex act of the serpent fertilizing the egg, which is really your sperm. Right? It's everywhere. The serpent is everywhere, and you want to tell me that these holy books aren't telling the truth?
To show you with images like this, the Cremaster Cycle. Images like this. So, and like this. Now, obviously, I don't know, satanic,
like
right?
A$AP Rocky video.
Maybe you could say.
Ew.
Occult. I don't know what you want to call it, but that's what the Cremaster Cycle
This actually looks like TwitchCon right now.
is all about. So now Balenciaga has totally deleted their Instagram account. I mean, they've deleted all the images on their Instagram account, and their website is now a totally different ad campaign. But this is their Instagram, cleared out. So they are like on the run right now because they've been exposed. I don't know how they're going to run away from it.
How are they on the run? When Epstein got exposed, everyone had dinner with Epstein after he was arrested. Like, they're not on the run. They don't even care. Matter of fact, I think they wanted this to leak. They don't care, dude. It's the millions. Remember Pizzagate? To this day, people look me in my eye and say, "Oh, John, it's just a conspiracy theory. I mean, there's nothing under that pizza parlor." And I go, "Okay, well, what was on James Alefantis' Instagram?" And they go, "I don't know who James is." And I go, "So you don't even know what the fucking conspiracy is, you fucking retard? You're talking about some fucking fake news you saw on TV." No, that was a fucked up Instagram. It's like babies holding money with for sale signs.
What's Balenciaga going to say? Well, we don't know. That's just they hired the photographer who shot the series with the kids with the bears, and they're not even apologizing for that. They didn't even apologize.
If I was an elite, I'd just be like at Balenciaga like this. Watch them do nothing about it. No. Give it 5 days. The Super Bowl is coming up. Black Friday is coming up. Jon Zherka's bar mitzvah is coming up.
For that. So they apologized because of the text from the Supreme Court case, which talked about child pornography, and they said that was inappropriate. Well, it was also inappropriate with the kids with the bears. They know it. They took it down. But now look, Balenciaga. So people know. People know. People are onto you, Balenciaga. I'll show you their website now. They've just updated it so that it's talking about, it's just highlighting some of their Adidas stuff. I don't know what they're going to do. The story seems to be getting bigger now. They're going to say it's a conspiracy theory, and no, they're not really pedivores. No, they're not really into weird artwork, but they are. Right? They've been exposed.
This guy looks like a pedo. You know what'd be funny is on our side, the guy who would investigate the deepest would be a pedo. Like, I went through heaps and heaps and heaps of child porn to find out exactly everyone they abused. Now we can expose them. And we're all like, okay, I guess it was cool hiring the liberal on the team and shit, but I think your job's done. I think we're locking you up with them, actually. Matter of fact, death penalty. Pedos and the death penalty, right? There should be just like a fucking accident. There should be, okay, this is going to, I'm kidding. Listen. Just a quick trial. Court trial. Just the judicial process. That's it. Quick trial. That's all I'm saying.
Closed. This is all that's left. Just their Balenciaga, Adidas stuff. Remember, they dropped Kanye West, right? And they quit Twitter because Twitter was too toxic for them.
Yeah.
And then look what they're doing. So that's what's going on with Balenciaga. That's these fashion people. You know, Jeffrey Epstein was involved in the fashion world.
Really? Oh,
so
yeah.
what are these people up to?
I forgot about that.
Right? So
This
I know
denim jacket
that you want to buy stuff from people that support your values, from fashion houses that support your values. So because it's Thanksgiving, get one of these t-shirts.
Bro, this guy is controlled opposition. Look on his shirt who bought him out, and everything he's spewing looks fake, like a lie, because in our subconscious, they're drilling in propaganda through his shirt. But look who owns him. It's the best friend companies. CBS, CNN. He's just missing SNBC. He's got BBC. He's got Fox News, which Fox News totally controlled opposition. Garbage network, excluding Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is fine, right? The voice of the populist voice, right? That Tucker would have been a better Trump than Trump, right? Tucker's awesome, but Tucker is just there to get all the little sheep, and then they push Tucker aside, and then they put all those fucking retards like Hannity and all those Warhawk neocon fucks, and then it's like the same story all over again.
Or something else from our website where we do not have subliminal messaging about anything bad. Only good subliminal messaging. Go to truthclothing.io. That's
Tucker Carlson's worst argument ever was on 9/11. They're like, so how did the buildings fall? And he goes, I don't know, but how did buildings fall? Those buildings fall due to an airplane hit. The first buildings ever fall straight down like that after. And then he's like this, I don't know, but the point is that they fell. That's the point. And it's like, Tucker, you're supposed to be our boy. Look at this. Tucker Carlson 9/11. Of course it's wiped out. Oh, it's a debate.
book Fire from the Sun.
Okay. Let's see. Balenciaga. Let's see which YouTubers covered this. Eyes Wide Shut. Interesting.
A few days ago, before Halloween, Doja
Oh, what a nice beard, dude. It's just meaty here.
Cat celebrated her birthday, and the theme of her birthday party was Eyes Wide Shut, aka an Illuminati ritualistic gathering.
Stop saying the word Illuminati. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is going on here? Illuminati.
Doja Cat was dressed with a black gown, which is...
This guy's just having the time of his life, right? He's got his girlfriend in the closet with him. He's got a little podcast about really nice, interesting stuff, right? He's just using her for content. He's like, get in that shirt. This is brilliant.
Is designed for derobing, which is what happens in the film, and with the same exact mask as the character in the film who sacrifices herself during this occult gathering. Not too many people believe in symbolism, but this one you can't deny it. Doja Cat's cake had 3 tiers. The first level has an all-seeing eye, and the middle tier has 27, and then the final top tier has the
Freemason symbol,
which is the squared compass.
Yeah.
He taught her. She's so cute. She's like, am I saying it right?
Seeing eye, and the middle tier.
She's like, the compass, and what does the square represent? Well, the square represents the material world, and the compass, it makes the spell circle of the spirit world. It represents the spirit world. Okay, very good. And the triangle. Well, it's the male, but it's also pointing above. And it's also connecting with the other triangle into a hexagram of the 6th devil number of the material world. And the 7th ray of God is the 7th letter, which is G of God for the grand architect in the middle. But it actually stands for generative principle, because we get our powers from our genitalia that create life. And that opening the third eye can be faster done through sex magic rituals and demoralization. And you... Am I rambling? My bad.
Has 27, and then the final top tier has the
Freemason symbol,
which is the squared compass.
Yeah.
During the party, she was showing off her breast, and she was basically derobing. There are pictures of
like, babe, I had to do research. She was derobing, and she... Do you see how he said that? He's like, he said it like he was doing research. Right? There's no easy way to tell the girl you're dating. You should just be like this to her. Look at this. She's showing her fucking tits. And then she'll be like, oh my God, what the fuck? That fucking hoe. But if you get caught looking at tits, I'm doing fucking research, bitch. You're in trouble. So if you always immediately show her. Be like, look at this can you believe this fucking shit? Can you believe it? Right? No, one thing men don't realize is that women sexualize other women even if they're straight. So she knows what you're doing in your head. Right? I just want to squish them. I just want to squish them, bro. Women are so fucking stupid nowadays compared to like... Remember when they had game? You close your eyes, think of a woman who kept her man around. I can't think of any women in my life who kept their men around. The men were always just wandering. Just wandering. Even the good guys were just wandering for like, oh, I need something else. Next slide, please. I can make it better for you. This is creeping you out? That's your dad kick W. I can make Masonic rituals fun again. Okay? Didn't notice his mustache? Focus, dude. It's him. He was a Mason the whole time.
Being humiliated, just like you said, and having their left breast exposed in the film Eyes Wide Shut.
He did so much research, he saw the right one too. He's like, the left one was exposed, but if you do enough digging, a few years ago, there was a clown themed party. Yo, I want more of this guy. What the fuck? Mentally gone. Oh, it took my whole shtick. How's this girl again?
During...
Like, she is so just listening, right? She's just like, uh-huh. Damn, I wanted more of that. What else you got in here? Oh, fuck, it's actually his girlfriend. Maybe I should stop talking. This got disrespectful. I don't want to be that guy. Because it's always funny until you meet these people or get a DM from them. And then you're like, oh, I look like an asshole now. Because I don't think these are real people until they DM me, right? My bad.
Whoa, where's her hand going?
I know. He's going in the water.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to another episode of Mentally Gone Gaming. My name is Calio Cerda.
I'm Gabriella Lopes.
And today we'll be jumping back into the world of...
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Red Dead Redemption 2. We've actually been
Have you noticed something about women? They're so not funny that every woman on earth has a weird hillbilly accent they develop probably when they're like teenagers, and then they're convinced it's the funniest thing in the world. I've never met a woman in my life who didn't do the hillbilly accent, except the women that like our family and stuff in my life. But every woman I've ever met goes for this hillbilly like cowboy thing. It's like someone needs to tell them like that's not ever been funny to anyone. For the earth is 6,000 years old. For 6,000 years, it's never been funny. My ex-girlfriend used to do a southern accent joke. Yeah, they always, howdy y'all, and they do this. I'm thinking of high school. In high school, girls used to do that all the time. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Bitch, I know you're actually a horse girl. You know how many horse girls there were in my high school? Freak shows, man. Right? Because there's a great article this really red pill dude posted about girls nutting riding a horse. They're just walking around their whatever, right? And then they're on their horse and they're like, oh, this is Epona and this is my horse and stuff. But they're actually like liking the feeling in between as they're riding it. Like they're really enjoying it. Yeah. And he did, it's this whole article, Lauren Southern she like broke it down. She's like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. And I'm like, oh, it's just a red pill guy being fucking weird. You know, we got a lot of red pill weirdos. And then I open the article and it's like based on statistical facts. It's not even bullshit. I'm like, whoa. And you think that's crazy? 80% of them have an R word. Dude, Google the statistic. Google, fuck, this lisp is driving me nuts, man. I'll get used to it. Because the back of my tongue keeps hitting these fucking giant teeth I have now. They're so big. Look at the statistics for R-word fantasies in women. And it overlaps to 85% with other fantasies. Other fantasies are like fucking 10, 20%. And it's like, bro, when you can digest that, then the horse thing starts to make sense. And then Vosh makes a lot more sense. Vosh's politics make more sense now. R-word is N-word, right? No. Wait, what? Should we ban him?
Prioritizing this game over Detroit Become Human and God of War Ragnarok, which just came out, just because of how amazing the game is and just non-linear.
No, I had this this girl studying psychology explained it best to me. She's like, John, why are you shitting on women who have R-word fantasies? I'm like, because it's like 80% of you, y'all crazy and stuff. And yo, she said this to me, right? She said, if you think about it, it's the ultimate fantasy of trust, in trusting their man. They trust their man. And I'm like, wow, that's beautiful. That's amazing. Oh, that's what you meant, that it's like a playful thing. It's not, oh, okay. And then I read the article, and it's talking about fucking strangers. And I'm like, dude, that fucking psychologist bitch actually got away with saying that to me. The article's not talking about, honey, I'm home. He's not talking about that. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't like to research that stuff because it's actually blackpilling.
I just feel like I get way more excited to play this game than any other one because of just how unpredictable like the gameplay is. So there's no saying and what's gonna happen or what we're gonna do. We're trying to do the side missions first, or as many as we.
Hot woman talking about Black Sun? What do you mean?
Mysterious aspect of the Black Sun, and certainly.
Wait, is she based, or is she gonna start talking about fucking Zodiac retard shit?
The driving reason why I want to speak about it, which is.
This is why they invented this. But for these people.
That the Black Sun leads to a feminine universe.
Oh my gosh, she's based as fuck.
Or a feminine dimension.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Part of its energy holds sort of these feminine eras in time that are
Bitch, talk about Saturn.
Considered a different universe or dimension. And that it kind of moves beside our world. And this is a deep esoteric secret.
Oh my
Something
God.
that you may see referenced here and there. I shared a video actually on Twitter and Facebook about what certain individuals, I think it was like Elon Musk and various different sort of technocrat people, what they wanted to do with all of their technology. And part of it showed going into a world of what they called cold numerical spirits. And
whoa, Elmi, what the fuck?
It was symbolized as being women. I don't think that they fully understood that. I wouldn't summarize it like that. But when you understand that there are individuals and there are certain societies and things that believe that there is sort of a feminine dimension or feminine universe, alternate universe, you can kind of begin to see it around. And so let's get into that today. And certainly my future lectures in the Star Wisdom series will go deeper into what that feminine universe is and many of the Isis teachings and the feminine mysteries that would be, coming out of that. Okay.
Whoa, Elmi, how'd you find this?
So what I found really interesting is that Carl Jung actually comments on this. Okay, just making sure that we're doing good because I heard a noise in my computer. Okay, so Carl Jung actually comments on the black sun and its connection to the feminine, and he writes about this in, I believe, 1942. And this is what he says. And he's writing to Wellman W. Schmid. Okay, he says, "Dear Sir, with regards to your question about the black sun and Baudelaire's Soleil Noir is by no means an exception. The idea of a counter-earth occurs, for instance, in the Pythagorean system, and we find the Sol Niger, or the black sun, in alchemy, also the Ignis Niger. The corresponding idea of a black moon does not exist, because this would coincide with the new moon, and so it's already anticipated. The moon plays a considerable role with women, while the sun vision occurs both with women and men.
Based as hell, holy shit.
The question of women's initiation pictures."
But basically what she's saying is anything solar, right, is based on men and women because it's the conscious mind. And anything moon, when you're asleep, right, is actually your subconscious mind. Right, which is active versus passive principles in masonry. So the sun is active. It even laps the moon, right? Eclipses it. And the moon is passive, right? That's why your wife must be passive and the male has to be active. The husband has to be active, doing all the work, and the moon has to be passive energy. She can't be arguing.
Kek donated $5. Contact her and let the woman on her alt and chat scramble to make things right.
Obscure, insofar as the archetypal material in this respect is not nearly so extensive as men's. And I want to point out that that's very true. The feminine mysteries and the feminine initiation is not the same as male initiation. And a lot of people say, you know, why don't women join certain initiatory societies or initiatory groups? And this may
She based as fuck.
Be a controversial thing to say in this day and age, but men and women have different hormonal systems. They have different body parts. Women have a womb, which actually acts as a psychic resonator, and the womb is a completely psychic organ. It allows an immense capacity of psychic energy, so much so that it can actually carry a child. I mean, have we thought about the spiritual profoundness of being able to contain a soul within you? Think about how powerful the womb is as a psychic organ. Men
She's good.
Do not have that. They have something else going on. Okay, they have a more external thing going on. And so men and women were always traditionally trained separately. And only when a certain level of initiation was reached was there something called union schools or schools that involved both men and women.
She's actually so right, because when you think of how men can nut with like 1,000 partners and feel nothing, and women psychically connect to even a trucker they smash, right? If she has a high body count, it means like she felt all those emotions with all those partners, even ones she didn't care about. That's too much, bro. That's broken psyche.
But this was at a very high level of initiation because men and women, now in our day and age, we are not, in society, we are not at a point where things are so deep spiritually that men and women would need different training. I think we're so far behind that psychic development books and psychic development can be used together. But when you start getting into the intense details and really, really tweaking it, you start getting really, really deep into developing spiritually, then you start to realize that there's a difference between the feminine system and the masculine system, the negative charge and the positive charge. And they will function a little bit differently, and thus they have their own techniques when you get to a certain point. Okay? And so, Jung says this. He says, the question of women's initiation pictures is obscure insofar as the archetypal material in this respect is not nearly so extensive as men's. So the other thing about feminine initiation is that, it is feminine by nature, which was more about storytelling, and it was not written down as much. And part of it also is that there is a memory within the female energy body. The ability to remember is very strong. And so the idea is when the woman begins to raise her vibrational frequency, it's easier for her to remember than it is for necessarily a male. And then it also may be a little bit easier for a male to express or to...
Women never forget. That's why they're so good at becoming bitches.
Bring into the material world concepts than it is for the female. So they work together. One is not better than the other, but it is important to define that they are different. They are a little bit different. Again, from where we are in society, these differences are something that will probably be more important in the future because we have lost so much of this, but the difference is there nonetheless. Okay. For this simple reason that the initiations were evolved and handed down chiefly by men. So that's why, Jung is saying that's why a lot of the feminine mysteries were lost, is that, most of the initiations were handed down by men, and men were fundamentally a little bit different. And so over the ages, we've lost a lot of this deep feminine initiation tradition. However, which means that, even if you're a male watching this, you have an inner feminine as well that is subject to everything that I'm speaking about. Okay. And that's going to be...
A male's inner feminine is manifested when he smokes weed. Just chilling. How like women always have music playing? That's a stoner. Like always music playing in his room. I'm just vibing, bro, with the cosmos and the universe. I'll get it done tomorrow. You think that's what he meant? I wonder if he's mad at me. Stoners are women, right? Weed is like, if you want to be a man, I'm fucking ready for war. I'm ready for war. I knew coke was bad when this girl I was dating was like, all right, enough, John, enough. I was rambling for hours. She's like, get off the table. And I was standing on the table with a cigarette like this. And I'm like, and you know what else they're going to do to us? They're going to fucking make women and men compete in the same sports. That was 2016.
Be built up by your past lives in a feminine form. Okay. So we can get into this at another time. Nevertheless, all sorts of clues in Greek mythology, also primitive psychology. I would particularly draw your attention to the figures of Hecate, Demeter, Kor, and the Magna Mater, or the Great Mother. The terrible refers to her. If you have the power to literally create life, that power can be viewed as magnificent, but it can also be terrifying. It can also be very, very scary. Oh, right. So I found that very interesting. So Jung is saying that the black sun is connected with the moon, which is something that a lot of ancient cultures would also connect the black sun to the moon, to nighttime, also Saturn. And certain mystery societies keep as much of the black sun wisdom and the feminine wisdom as possible through the Alice in Wonderland fairy tales, through the idea of I would say connections to Venus, through the Persephone myths, through Kor, through Inanna and her descent. So it's not that the feminine aspect is completely gone. But as we move into the Aquarian age, we will see a rise in the feminine mysteries. And we will move further and further towards balance. Because ultimately, you want that perfect balance of feminine and masculine in society. So we will move a little bit more into understanding the feminine mysteries than we ever have in the past. All right, so our cosmos is connected through time and space through a series of solar gates or stargates that link through the black and white aspects of suns or stars. The black sun forces are feminine and white sun forces are masculine. Spiritual sisterhoods are arranged around psychic processes of sinking into the black sun, of going into the underworld. Persephone goes into the underworld. Inanna descends into the underworld. Alice goes underground. They're going into the black sun. They are painted black. They are going through their initiation, the feminine initiation of the black sun. You can also see that some secret societies do have memories or knowledge of what it was like in Atlantis when certain high spiritual technologies were used, because you can see them using pools. A lot of the time, the black sun is also associated with water. Okay, so is the moon. And so
if you want this stuff to make more sense to you, you have to believe in de-evolution, meaning in ancient times they had technologies. How did they build the pyramids? Those giant stone. You can believe that they used the logs and a bit of water to roll them, but really they can't do it today. But they use magneticism. Another thing, was Atlantis real? I got a quote that says it seems like it was real, but I got a quote from a Freemason, but it'll be in my video.
you would see pools in Minority Report. You see, you see, I think it's 2 women and 1 man.
You know what my dream would be? I wish I could control her 100%. Because when a girl, it's rare that a girl is into the stuff I'm into, but I hate reading books unless I got the right book. Right? And she's the type who just likes to read, you know, whatever. She's like the fucking nerdy one. So it would be so cool if I could just be like, can you read these books for me? And then when you find these footnotes, tell me which pages they're on. Right?
And 1 man, and they are in water. This is an ancient Atlantean and spiritual technique of immersing yourself in water in the Black Sun forces. It's kind of a more feminine initiation. Men can certainly do it. This is not to say that men cannot take part in certain aspects of this. But when you get into the highest levels of ceremonial magic, where everything has to be...
No one's going to sub their OnlyFans if she keeps this up. The funniest thing will always be people shitting on what I research, because they shit on it all day and then they're like, John, talk about it. I can't go on Sneakos, I can't go on any stream without people forcing me to talk about this stuff.
A smoothly running machine, you're going to have males in certain roles and you're going to have females in certain roles because of their manifested form. Okay, we also have 11 from Stranger Things, who is also, you see her, you know, obviously, unfortunately, this is government forces that are trying to force these women into the Black Sun. They're trying to force them into that psychic state so they can harvest whatever they get. They want to exploit the feminine. They want to force 11 into the Black Sun. Force her visions, her information, force psychics to do things. And that is in Stranger Things, where you see 11, she has to go into the bathtub in order to often have visions, and then you see her falling and she's in this black space.
Claire, which Tessie are you talking about? I've had like 4 Tessies on my podcast. And why are you coming here every day saying that? We'll have her on. Just why are you promoting the shit out of her? That's Zherka's little sis. One Tessie messaged me, but it wasn't the Tessie you're talking about. You're talking about Dr. Phil Tessie? Yeah, you're talking about Playmate Tessie. Are you her? Is that why you keep talking about her? Isn't she banned off Twitch?
And things emerge from this blackness, you know, these visions that she has. This is Black Sun symbology. This is the core of the high priestess, the psychic feminine, that goes so deeply inward that it is to go into the Black Sun. Okay, that's what all of that is. And there's many other shows. I just can't think of the name. Maybe you guys can say it in the chat, and I can read them out at the end. But the image of the priestess going into water. Okay, and often black water too, but water is another symbol. The masculine forces are typically embodied in the white sun forces. They're specific, whereas the Black Sun is everything, okay? And then we have the brotherhood of the white sun, the great white brotherhood, the brotherhood of the white light, okay? And they focus on materializing the immaterial impulses that are brought forward by the sisters of the Black Sun. So the feminine will look into time-space and say, this is coming, that's coming, this energy needs to be brought forward to create harmony, this is going on, that's going on, and then it is the male force that takes that information and brings it into society and implements it into society.
Passive, right? Passively getting these subconscious dream-like state thoughts versus the male's active, right? Willing it into the world.
And gives it a material form, makes it workable, materializes it in that way. Okay, so the masculine and the feminine work together. It's not that women can't create things in the physical world. You certainly can. Ideally, we want to have both of these in union. But if you were looking at in mystery traditions, when people say, "Oh, I'm going to the Oracle of Delphi," you see these, you see these kings, you see these princes.
I'm a she-bro. Oh, my bad. Claire, are you attractive? Would you date a woman conspiracy theorist, or do you need the separation, the yin and yang? If she is zero conspiracy, I will never, ever even look at the back of her head when I'm hitting it from the back. That's it. Are you kidding? If she's spoon-fed Masonic media, I would never date her. Ever. I've never dated a girl who's not a conspiracy theorist. And if she's not, I'll make her one. I will turn her into one, right? I'll be like, hey, we should get some Balenciaga. What do you want? Just check their website. And she'll be like, well, actually, it turns out that they're doing some Scottish Rite Freemasonry. And like, that's right, they are. They really are. Royal Arch Freemasonry.
You see these leaders, they're going to the oracle, they have their oracle. The oracle goes into the space, reads the cosmic weather, and then the king or the leader goes and uses that to create. Okay, so this is the balance between the masculine and the feminine. Okay, this is the fundamental, and that's why they say, women have heart and all this kind of stuff. It's because there is a magical balance that has taken place between these two forces for a very long time. It's always challenging to talk about these things because there's always someone in the audience that's like, I can manifest things and I can do this and that. So it's we're not supposed to take these things and extrapolate them into absolutes. That's not understanding this work. We have to understand something in its occult form in a very specific way, and then we can take it within our being and we can see that the feminine is in a certain condition within us and the masculine is in a certain condition within us. But we relate to our inner feminine and our inner masculine the same way. When we want to create something, when we want to take action in our life, when we want to form a plan, when we want to do something, we go deep into inward focus. And
this chat is so pathetic. She said she's a girl in chat and they're linking her my Discord. Exclamation mark Discord. You should join. You should join, by the way. Join the cult. Yo, you should be in VC with us. You guys are so, like, opening the gates of fucking degeneracy and toxic in front of me, thinking I didn't see both you guys type exclamation mark Discord. Yeah, exactly. And then she turns out to be,
we see what spirit says, and then we bring action to it. So that is like the feminine going into the black sun and feeling and seeing and looking, and then it is the projection, the actualizing of the male energy that figures out how it's done and what's necessary and looks at the 3D plane very deeply to figure out how it can be done. Okay, and you can see this because it is the masculine brotherhoods that have stored a lot of the wisdom. The women have carried the wisdom in their memory system, in their cellular memory, very closely to the surface, whereas the masculine aspect writes it down, they implement it, they make regimes, they make structures, they lead in that way. So
what a cope. What a cope for why women are not Freemasons.
So it is very complementary, but there are differences.
For thousands of years, no woman wrote down the initiation rituals. We just store it in ourselves. Then you run it like semi-perfect self for all of human existence. She's like, we'll just store it better in ourselves. We're psychically activated. We have the psychic womb. Just say, you guys didn't do shit with the fucking esoteric. Oh my god, you're killing me, man.
Black sun and white sun forces work in perpetual harmony.
Wait, how do you know she does OF? She doesn't do OF. I thought she's smart. No. She does? No! I took it off. What part were we on?
Through the Alice in Wonderland.
Shut the fuck up!
Wonderland fairy tales, through the idea of, I would say, connections to Venus, through the Persephone myths, through Kor, through Inanna and her descent. No. So it's not that the feminine aspect is completely gone. But as we move into the Aquarian age, we will see a rise in the feminine mysteries. And we will move further and further towards balance. Because ultimately, you want that perfect balance of feminine and masculine in society. So we will move a little bit more into... Because the black sun and white sun are whole, and they can't be separated. So the black sun is, in a sense, a greater light. Always challenging to talk about these things because there's always someone in the audience that's like, I can manifest things and I can do this and that. So it's we're not supposed to take these things and extrapolate them into absolutes. That's not understanding this work. We have to understand something in its occult form in a very specific way, and then we can take it within our being and we can see that the feminine is in a certain condition within us and the masculine is in a certain condition within us. But we relate to our inner feminine and our inner masculine the same way. When we want to create something, when we want to take action in our life, when we want to form a plan, when we want to do something, we go deep into inward focus and we see what spirit says, and then we bring action to it. So that is like the feminine going into the black sun and feeling and seeing and looking. And then it is the projection, the actualizing of the male energy that figures out how it's done and what's necessary and looks at the 3D plane.
The biggest cope women ever have is realizing their divine feminine is getting out the way. When you find out what it actually is, I don't want to play this game anymore, John. Hey, you don't like your loadout? I want to be divinely feminine, John. Come on. I actually hated being masculine. I'm like, I gotta fight on the street? This is weird, bro. I don't want to do this. And then it turns out to be fun. You get better at it. So just go cope and try and be feminine.
Very deeply to figure out how it can be done. Okay, and you can see this because it is the...
Misogyny? I am a misogynist. It's kind of... Well, I'm not a misogynist in the way where it's like I hate women, but I am considered a misogynist in today's day and age because of my faith, of my religion. And you're racist if you're against my religion, but really, like, in my religion, women are second-class citizens. Jesus told me that. Yo, the mic is maxed out, dude.
The masculine brotherhoods that have stored a lot of the wisdom. The women have carried the wisdom in their memory system, in their cellular memory, very closely to the surface. Whereas the masculine aspect writes it down, they implement it, they make regimes, they make structures, they lead in that way. So it is very complementary.
It is true that the womb stores the psychic energy of the male. Like, you know, when a woman is 80 years old, she goes, I remember I got piped by that Zherka fellow. Man, he was on some shit. And then they'll look at their husband, and their husband will be like this. This fucking old and wrinkly, and they'll be like, I wonder what my life would have been like with John. Little does the bitch know I'm a tombstone. I'm like fucking 40 years dead. No, I'm kidding. Being a woman sucks because you could have like the perfect life and you go, well, what about that other guy I dated back then?
But there are differences. Black Sun and White Sun forces work in perpetual harmony, like the masculine and feminine
donated
impulse.
$6. John said Playmate Tessie was his sister once. Tessie is the type of person that would push a disabled person's wheelchair down the stairs because she felt that would be something the elite of Hollywood would do. Women manifestation of rich people life.
Wow. This is the part where I get canceled, right? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't even get it. What the fuck did you say? I'm not even trying to get it, dude. All I'm trying to do is say, I missed you, chat. I can't be on for too late. I'm going to edit my 4th video. Building momentum, but not posting. What the hell's wrong with this thing? Microphone on microphone. Oh, I know. Why don't I just increase this? And if mwah. There you go, chat. How are my little homosexuals in chat doing? My little homosexuals, how are you doing, my little homosexuals? My little gay frog gang. Honestly, I get gay dudes, right? Imagine a woman in your ear, blah, 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 all day, blah, 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 while you're watching the movie Troy, and Achilles is just fucking killing everyone, just, and with his sword, and she's like, blah, 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 and you're just like, oh, if he was just here. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Let's move forward one in the chat.
Okay. See if there's any pictures that we missed.
Look,
Okay.
she acts like she's all like understands the universe and shit, and then I make one joke and she's crying. This, she would break down. She'd be like, okay, his divine masculine's too powerful, right? Never overdose on people who overdose on masculinity go to prison. Careful with that. Are your teeth smoke proof? Bro, my teeth are bulletproof, okay? Like a Tesla window.
Okay, now let's get into the dark.
Honestly, do you guys fuck with my teeth? I had one dude DM me. I don't get it. There's no difference. And he's like sending me a before and after. And I was like, you're picking the smallest little video footage. Like, that's so unfair, dude.
Potential of the black sun and why the black sun is often.
Bro, you spent 20 plus the trip. Holy shit. You spent that much money and there's no difference? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Scary. How can we misuse the black sun? All right, so there is in certain circles, and probably within certain people, there's this idea that the uninitiated see the black sun as kind of negative and dark and kind of like an inferior sun, while true initiates, real people that see that the black sun is actually brighter and more powerful than the white sun. So there are certain people who believe because the black sun is everything, it's another dimension, it has potentially a greater spectrum of light, that it is actually more powerful and therefore more valid magically than the white sun forces. And as we discussed earlier, one sun in a magical system can never be placed above another. The black sun can never be placed as more valid than the white sun.
You know, what's funny is I really want to challenge her because she's saying the Satanists who are just cube worshipping Saturnists, they're the wrong ones. But she doesn't realize that balancing the good and the bad is Luciferian doctrine. So she's back to Masonry. She's going from Satanism to the Luciferian doctrine. So it's like, bitch, accept Christ. What the fuck?
The white sun can never be placed as more valid than the black sun. They have to be in a state of harmony with one another. So what happens when you begin to place, specifically the black sun?
Some people go their whole lives not thinking about what the sun actually is. Right? They're like, oh, someone figured it out. It's just a burning ball of gas far, far away. Don't think about it. Meanwhile, I'm looking up in the sky. I'm like, is it a spotlight? Is it an orb? What the fuck is that up there? And I'm scaring all the grannies at the park. I'm like, bitch, look at that shit looks like it's electromagnetic. It's not a fucking burning ball of gas. Don't do that, Chad. You're scaring the fuck out of me.
Above the white sun is that it causes an inversion, okay? And because the black sun and white sun are whole and they can't be separated. So the black sun is, in a sense, a greater light, but not a better light, not a more valid light, because the black sun is a higher dimensional spectrum, certainly. And in a sense, that makes it in a way brighter because it's got a higher dimensional spectrum that it emits. But, and this is where things get kind of messed up, is that human beings can't receive or perceive the full spectrum of the black sun. They can only receive the black sun in pieces. That's why the black sun is associated with Saturn.
Wait, what?
JLP donated $5. This bitch is living in her intellect, which is not of God, it is of Satan. Super sad to see.
Okay, don't say that just because she's smarter than you, okay? Like, she knows more than you. I'm just gonna be a fucking retard my whole life. I'm living with God. Yeah, okay, bro. You can learn about this stuff without being a Satanist. What do you think you're doing in my chat right now? Number two, when she mentioned Saturn, Saturn's considered the black star in antiquity. So, yeah, star, sun, solar, all the same, I guess, right? Because it's star worship, moon worship, sun worship. It's just really zodiac worship.
Human beings can't receive or perceive the full spectrum of the black sun. They can only receive the black sun in pieces. That's why the black sun is associated with Saturn. That's why the black sun is associated with the moon. is because we can't actually perceive the full thing. So we have to it's so massive. It represents more than this realm that we have to see it in pieces here. So we can't actually fully perceive the full spectrum of the black sun. Okay, the spectrum that we can fully perceive is actually the white sun, and the light from the sun is the light that nourishes, and we can receive that white sun knowledge in the white sun spectrum fully.
Is this psychic?
Okay? So this is often why a lot of people talk about white light, the power of white light, why the white brotherhood is such a big deal, why white robes are worn, things like that. It's because the white sun is not better than the black sun, but it represents a precise energy that it's pulling from the black sun for this time. It represents the teaching of this time. It represents correct time. And that's why you will get these avatars that will come forward, like Christ, like Buddha, that will represent the sun. They'll be a solar deity. It's not that that person is... What is really being said with that solar deity is this person is the correct time. This person contains the alchemical codes for this time. That is what the sun represents. The white sun represents correct time, the alchemical codes for this time. The black sun represents all time. So when you connect with it, when you look at it, all you see back is yourself. It just resonates back whatever is within you. And a lot of people who worship it will just see whatever comes out of it as being, well, it must be God. When meanwhile, it's just an aspect of yourself. It's an exact representation of yourself. There's a misunderstanding. They don't understand that the white sun must be alchemically used to give you the correct time. The white sun is pulling from...
She's kind of cute. Really? Her head is looking just like this jelly bean stuck behind my bed, and it's shaped like...
its black sun counterpart, the correct information, and radiating it onto humanity, the correct adjustments, the correct codes of awakening that is needed for this time. The black sun is all time, all potential. The white sun is this time, this potential. So do you see how we often see ourselves relating more directly with the white sun, and why the black sun can be a little bit more...
Elmi, she might be the only girl into the esoteric who's actually correct. Like, wow.
Intimidating. Okay? So the white sun pulls
But,
the...
Elmi, when she starts talking about shells and shards of light, we're fucked. This channel is going. You know, does she do that? Does she talk about emanations? Does she use the word Gentile? Are we going there? Are we in trouble, Elmi?
The exact information that is needed and radiates
Are we
it.
in
The white sun is
danger?
always changing and radiating the current data and rays that are needed. The black sun changes as well, but it is huge, it's massive. And this is shown also in ancient texts and in ancient imagery as our sun being Horus, being Christ. Christ is born of the black sun. He's born of the black Madonna. He's born of a Mari, of a high priestess, of a virgin. And he is the exact expression that is needed for the world.
Okay, this is literal Kabbalistic masonry. Like, whoa.
He will have the codes of initiation for the world at this time. And there will be these avatars that come forward that represent the sun, that represent the teachings for this time, the updated teachings, because humanity is evolving. And we need that white sun solar force to initiate us into the correct consciousness for today. And the danger with getting too caught up in the black sun is getting too caught up in the past and not being current, because the black sun is everything, will only reflect to you what you are. And so there is this loop that can happen when you only focus on that blackness, on that darkness, that you will just get pulled into the past and you won't be able to be in the present moment, and you won't be able to read things and live as you are, as time is now. Okay.
Yo, did you guys see me draw Jesus? Someone give me the link on Twitter. I drew the best version of Jesus. I drew a masculine version, not how he's depicted in all this satanic artwork, but go check it out. I mean, I am so good at capturing soul in a simple cartoony form. Look at that. Doesn't that look like someone who's like, yo, Magdalene, stop being a fucking hoe? But he's also loving, kind, right? Didn't I capture the spirit of Jesus really good here? This is really good. I know it's simple, but it's really good. No, you think it looks like Obi-Wan because I added the robe. The Katsuki robe. Yeah, Elmi, I think I'm actually going to subscribe. We should throw on the podcast, and actually, we should just one-on-one interview her and be like, tell me everything. Because she's using all the right words, too.
I hope this is making sense.
Like, dude, she talked about Carl Jung connecting it to Hermetic philosophies and ritual. That's mind-blowing. Remind me to ask about that. Wow. Right? And remember, Carl Jung was a smart dude. He talked about archetypes being here before humans. And those archetypes are gods to humans, right?
So
We'll see
if
that
not,
so
basically it causes an inversion. And the same thing can happen if you use the white sun too much. White sun forces too much. It can cause all sorts of imbalances too. Remember, we're just focusing on the black sun today. So if not enough white sun forces...
Are Muslims cube worshippers? No, Muslims are just cutie pies. And they're my allies against the globalists, okay? But there is something to be said about the Kaaba. Or even that black cube at the top of Trump Tower. It's very interesting there.
Is built up within the individual. So in order to work with the black sun, you have to go through transformation. You have to build up your light. You have to build up your power. You have to transmute your crap. And then you can go into the black sun. You can go into the abyss. You can go into the psychic field. And you can pull knowledge to you because you've built up those white sun forces. You've purified. If you go into the black sun, if you go into the abyss, if you go into the psychic space, and you are not purified, you are not working on yourself, you will get pulled into the black sun corridor. You will get pulled into a regressive state of being. You will regress, okay? You'll get stuck kind of in the recapitulation of past eras. You'll become denser and denser and denser, and your consciousness will eventually begin to close off. Okay? You won't be able to read the present energy. Probably the other thing that I want to talk about is the association of the black sun with cannibalism. So when your energy body inverts into that downward black sun energy, what happens is that you will begin to cannibalize yourself or destroy yourself. So if you have too much black sun energy, you will begin to destroy yourself. And so what ends up happening is it turns into an inward internal combustion where you're basically dissolving yourself or eating yourself. Remember, the black sun is dissolution. That's a type of eating. It's a type of transformation. Well, you can actually begin to dissolve your own soul, your own energy, your own light. And it's very tricky because when you start to fall into this type of regressive spiritual pattern, what ends up happening is there's a feeling of mania and power.
Isn't that every woman in the West? They eat themselves, destroy their lives, go manic, and then live with 30 cats or with someone they hate. That's crazy.
As you cannibalize yourself, you get energy. And so people think, yeah, this is it. I'm it. Like, yeah, what I'm doing is great. My belief system is great. A lot of it is very selfish, self-serving belief systems that end up with this. And what ends up happening is you're just basically cannibalizing your own self. You're basically cannibalizing your own energy body. And so eventually
over 28 years of my life of heavy studying women and people, really, I've come to the conclusion that women just need to play fetch, right? Like if you play fetch with them, they chill the fuck out. But if you don't play with them, then they like start to, whoa, you fucking left the toilet seat up or whatever.
It'll become almost impossible to connect with your higher self and higher forces. And this is where that deep degeneration begins. So this is also why when you see the black sun, you see...
She has a problem with the toilet seat placement. She's jealous. It's penis envy. I tweeted something today that's so brilliant. I said, admitting that you were gaslit by someone is telling the world that you're so low IQ that you have no idea which thoughts are yours and which are his. That he could implement ideas in your head and they can be so real that you start slipping from reality. And it's like some Inception shit. And it's like when someone says, hey, you gaslit me, to me it always sounds like you're smarter than me, you know? Because whether he did it or not, it's scary. I've never in my life said, you gaslit me. You made me believe something and what?
Saturn. And I have a picture of Saturn for you guys on page 26. You see him here, and there were some really gross pictures of Saturn where he's like eating his child and like eating things, like eating babies and stuff. And
Orthodox and Catholics try so hard to burn the truth and label it as heresy. Okay, yeah, let me be a Protestant and suck my own nips and oh my God, I'm having so much fun. I'm a Protestant Christian. This is great. Is that what you want? You know how much shit I talk about for every single religious sect, and I've never heard someone do that in my chat. You go after those two groups?
Yeah, that's what happens when you become possessed by the Black Sun, is you cannibalize yourself. You can even seek to eventually cannibalize other people. You become obsessed with cannibalism because it is this negative dissolution of the self. And this is also, I guess it's on page 25 as well. This is what the Black Sun does. It causes you to cannibalize yourself, to consume yourself. And this is where we get the imagery of vampires and people who are parasitic, animal beings and stuff that are parasitic, that want to eat humanity and stuff like that. That is because the Black Sun forces are misused, and it's causing that degeneration and cannibalism. And it's also why with Kali Ma, with Kali, the goddess, the Hindu goddess Kali, she's like full on, often also pictured almost in a cannibalistic way. It's because she's also ruled by the Black Sun, and that is a potential for Kali. It is a potential for Saturn. Doesn't mean that they always do that, but it represents that very scary potential that we could literally digest ourselves. Okay? So, and we also know that, the blackening is rot and decay, and we want to have that as we go through our sort of decay phase or our purification. We really do want to have the seeds of light within us. We really don't want to go into our shadow. We don't want to go into the Black Sun without light in our heart, without seeds of light, without working on our light, without knowing that we must spiritually develop. We must do that. Otherwise, when we go into the abyss, we go into the psychic space, we will only see what we are. And if we're not doing that, if we're not growing, we will only see ourselves in this and begin to degenerate. Okay? It's like what nobody wants to talk about in the spiritual community, but we talk about here on this channel. All right. The Black Sun forces can cause imbalances, regression, degeneration when they are used incorrectly. They can cause our energy to cannibalize itself and eventually seek to dominate others for energy. To harmonize our consciousness, we need to balance Black Sun forces with White Sun forces. All right. How are you guys doing? I'm just going to check and see how the questions are coming in. Awesome. Looks like we've got a lot of good questions coming in. I'm really excited to get to those. All right, so now we're going to move into, I think, what is fun. I think this is a lot funner.
You see that thing on Twitter? Like, I've been on Twitter so much. I've been manic on Twitter. I posted this cute police officer, and she's getting choked out by, it's like a mock. She's trying to show how to escape being choked out from the front police seat or front car seat, and then there's an attacker behind her in a ski mask, and it was a black guy. And the first comment was, wait, why are they using a black guy for this? And then some guy, one of my guys, wrote, to make it more realistic. And nobody objected. I deleted the tweet. I was like, what the fuck? No, nobody objected to that fucking comment. Everyone was just, yeah. Everyone just kind of like kept typing comments. And I looked at it, I'm like, wait a minute. That guy got away with that.
We're going to move into how the Black Sun has manifested itself in our culture, in ancient culture, and then also moving into pop culture in modern times. So if you look back in history, most civilizations had a mythos that involved the Black Sun. Generally, our ancestors personified the Black Sun and the White Sun, and they had them kind of battle against each other. They usually would create an entity that represented the Black Sun and then an entity that represented the White Sun, and they would battle with one another. And this was to show the intense alchemical process of transmutation and healing that goes on within the human being. And we're always seeking to use the solar forces and planetary forces within us in a healthy way to create healing and growth and evolution. So, in the Americas, the Aztecs believed that there was this bright, young daytime sun, and then there was an ancient, elder nighttime sun, and that they sort of took their time in the sky. Okay, and then in the Mayan culture, they also incorporated a very similar mythology with a black sun and a white sun. And I actually found out that there was a leader in the Mayan Empire that actually was called Black Sun, which is really interesting. And it was believed in the Aztec and Mayan cultures, which had a lot of similarities, that the black sun or the nighttime sun would carry people through the underworld. And it was associated with tombs and the birth canal and death journeys, and it was often shown with like a skull or like a coffin. It was like a womb or a birth canal. It's really interesting how bang on and interconnected all of this imagery.
Why are you guys disrespecting her? Okay, she's not doing tarot readings.
Was. Okay. If you go to page 28 in your notebook, you're going to see some First Nations depictions of Black Sun. So the first image of the Black Sun with kind of a blue feathering is actually from an Apache woman who clairvoyantly saw this image. When she would tune into the sun, she would see this yellow sun, and then she would see this black sun all around it. And it was actually shared on the website Bibliocyclopedias. Okay. And then the image beneath it, so the red image and the image on page 29 and page 30, these are all images of something called the feathered sun. The feathered sun. And the feathered sun was the black sun for the plains people. And usually it had sort of the...
He's not talking about Tessie because she broke his little sad heart. I've never even met Tessie. Earlier you said she's my sister.
These arrows that were going inward and outward, kind of suggesting that it was this portal. And so I just found those images to be really, really interesting. All right. Moving forward to the Gnostics. According to the Gnostics, the sun god Apollo had a dark brother called Asiel. He was also called Apollyon. So Apollo, Apollyon, Asiel is Apollyon. And Apollyon, or Asiel, was the guardian of a pit that led to hell. And they called this pit to hell Abaddon. And Asiel, this black sun, would come forward, especially when the sun was conjunct with the moon. And Asiel was also conflated with Saturn. So again, we see this pattern of the black sun being conflated with the moon, especially the dark moon, also dark moon Lilith, and also Saturn. Those planets have a very strong emanation of black sun forces. And Apollyon, or Asiel, was often portrayed opposing Apollo and represented forces of death in the cosmos. And you can see this battle. I think he's called Christian in these pictures, but I love these pictures. They're so similar to the black sun, white sun symbology of Persia and also even Michael and Lucifer, which that's a little bit different. But on page 31 and 32 and 33, you can see this the same mythos as the Gnostic mythos of Apollo and Asiel fighting the black sun and the white sun, battling within us, creating that alchemy. I looked into this a little bit more. I was so intrigued by the name Asiel and Apollyon, and I found out that like today, Asiel is basically morphed into a demon in ceremonial magic. He's actually, like, people consider him to be a 3-foot tall demon. So it's interesting how these kind of myths evolve, I guess.
Oh, that demon asked me for money.
All right, Egypt. If you want to go to page 34 and 35, you can see that Egypt associated the black sun chaos forces with Apep or Apophis, and also Seth. And so you can see that, on page 34, you can see the dark serpent Apep, being slain. It's not Apep's day, and he's being slain there. And you can also see Seth, which is black. All right. Also, Anubis is really getting into that as well, the black side of Sirius. But we'll get into that deeper in the lecture series. And they really represented the underworld and chaos and the battle of dark and light, and all of that is very present in Egyptian in the Egyptian religion. All right. I thought this was really interesting. I've always been fascinated with the occult imagery in Fantasia and how they had that sort of demonic being that would like rise out of the mountain and sort of haunt people. And I found out that that's actually really a Slavic artist actually did that. And its real name, the Black Sun forces, are represented in the Slavic culture as Chernobog or Cernobog. Cern means black in Polish, and it means dark god. And that is on page 36 for you guys. That's the Cernobog in Disney's Fantasia, which would be, a Black Sun force in mythology. So a lot of the stuff that we watch is sort of like a, I guess, more sophisticated version of myths, and the same themes are there. Beneath it, you can see the black god, which is the Cernobog, and this is a much more happy representation, representing, inner harmony and alchemy, and it's the Cernobog and the Belobog, or the black god and the white god, and they're in harmony here. Okay? And Then getting into page 38, you can see the Persian version of these forces, and you can see the Persian mythology of the dark sun is personified in Ahriman, or the beast-like figure that's on the right, and then opposing Ahriman, you have Ahura Mazda, which is the sort of more of a light sun force. There's lots of different extrapolations we can do with this, but we're really just focusing on the very plain and basic black and light duality in a solar interpretation. And of course, in Christianity, devil means adversary. And so all of these adversarial images are about that battle that's really going on inside of us. And it's very interesting when you look at the Persian mythology with Ahura Mazda as this beast, and then you have the Cernabog, and you have a lot of the imagery, even with Apollyon, they're often portrayed, the dark sun forces are often portrayed as being half beast, either half bull with horns or half lion, or they can often be portrayed as being part animal or part beast. And this kind of chimera thing going on can represent sort of past eras or bygone eras that need to be healed. And so the idea is that that beast consciousness represents previous eras and sort of that animal form that exists in the lower chakras. And we can become very beast-like, very animal-like, and not in a good way when human consciousness lowers to only include those lower three chakras. Remember, the black sun pulls you inwards and downwards, and you become more and more beast-like or more and more mutated and deformed. And so sometimes the black sun forces, when they're imbalanced, they'll be portrayed as some kind of chimera or some kind of beast representing humanity or the individual being trapped in previous eras, not healed, trapped in the past, trapped in trauma, such as the age of the bull or the age of the ram or the age of the lion. So there's also symbology that can exist that is more positively examples of, like the Sphinx and stuff, but I'm talking about just the black sun imagery, the adversarial black sun imagery. So the beast forms can also represent kind of a discombobulation, pieces of other eras, creating kind of a monster of your past self. Okay, these sort of kind of like a Frankenstein version of all your past selves fighting with your perfect, true, potential self. That's kind of what it represents. And yes, you can find these dualistic elements very alive in pagan cultures and ancient cultures, and it's very interesting to look into them. Okay, so we just have one more little section to go through, and then I will dive into your questions. So the black sun is often portrayed as an evil force, an adversary, because within our own soul, our own shadow self, is our negative ego or the dark potentials of our personality. We tend to wrestle and fight with these darker aspects of ourselves. Fundamentally, the black sun is not an evil thing. However, when we are not purifying ourselves, when we're not growing spiritually, our darkness can start to control our personality. Also, the adversarial nature of the black sun is to show how the white sun force acts as a sobering and illuminating force inside of us, effectively pulling from our darkness what needs to be healed and overcome. So it's really the alchemical nature that's being revealed through these adversarial drawings. It is a battle between, or alchemy between, these two forces that causes all personal growth. Okay? All right, now let's get into some modern usages. Okay? So there are certain sects and occult groups that specifically focus on the black sun. And when they do that, they tend to use the deities, the myths, and the spiritual concepts that we mentioned above. They'll use lunar imagery or Saturn imagery, the skull, certain imagery will be front and center. Now, it doesn't mean that every time you see an image of a skull, every time somebody decides to use Saturn, every time, something is lunar, that this is, oh my God, they're worshiping the black sun in a negative way. That's not what that means. But these are the symbols that tend to come up when the black sun is being used. And you have to look at every single case and sense and feel whether this is being used in an inverted way. And that's why we have to learn spiritual discernment. Okay? And there was a splitting of consciousness in society, because some people may say, why are there certain groups that focus so heavily on certain concepts and get so into certain concepts? And there was actually a splitting of occult societies.
Bro, what is with the chat, man? Should I turn my stream off? Guys, stop with the Tessie thing. It's getting gay as fuck. You got the others into it.
When we started entering.
How bad do you miss her? I miss her a lot. Remember her last stream was amazing. Hey, Slice, I appreciate that. Upgrade to tier 3, you fucking little bitch.
The ages of deep materialism. And it started to become dangerous to be practicing esoterica. And people became more rigid, religions became more dogmatic and less helpful, less enlightening. And so a lot of the schools that existed began splitting and fracturing and started to take only certain aspects and focusing on certain aspects because you couldn't have this massive open temple culture that we had in Atlantis or even some higher times on Earth. In our modern era, you would be hung by your neck, you'd be burned at the stake, you'd be killed, you would die. And so we were unable to, in those times, have massive complete schools, and things became very fragmented and things became very fractured. And that really hurts esoterica. And so certain groups started to focus heavily on certain things and not other things. And with everything being so hidden and being so private, that's not really how this culture of human evolution and spiritual evolution is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a collective process. It's supposed to be a kind of collective initiation process. But that's not how it's been allowed to be for the last few thousand years. And so we struggle in our society with various different secret societies.
Wish I could live in her house. You know, could you imagine just going to bed and she's just talking about all this shit, and you're like learning, and you're like, wow, finally talking about something that's. And I mean, I don't really want to watch Hollywood movies. I want this stuff. Well, Hollywood movies is based off this stuff.
Various different, spiritual teachings or what have you, that are so fragmented and incomplete and that can proliferate into bizarre directions. So we have to understand that about, various different, secret clubs and things like that. We are not in a condition in society where this wisdom has been able to be lived and alive in a healthy way.
Okay, I'll do this one on my own time. This is a cult, yeah?
Most successful people.
Who the fuck is this?
Seem to be very, very involved in occult practices.
Yes, I say that all the time.
And beliefs. They don't seem to fear it. Why are some of us completely afraid of the occult to the point that we get weirdly superstitious around it, while others seem to not only embrace it and find such immense success when they utilize it? Further, why is it that when we lose our personal connection to spirit, to our ancestors, and to the cosmos, which is the occult, why is it that when we lose that, we fall into such chaos in society? Is our superstitious and fearful attitude to our own spirit and past creating this materialistic schism that we see now, trying to get the satisfaction that we can only find when we connect with our soul in material objects?
Why are we shitting on her? She's great, Chad.
In consumerism?
See, this is what I mean. You guys shit on OnlyFans girls all the time, and then she comes around and look what you're doing to her.
Is our own fear of our spirit giving people a leg up in society that wish to do us harm, or at the very least harvest our energy, focus our energy for their benefits? They don't want to adhere to rules around the occult that are to not interfere with others. What is obvious is that no matter how we feel about these uncomfortable questions, the occult is part of our everyday lives. We are participating in occult rituals, whether we believe it or not. That's how the occult works. We have a spirit. We have a soul or subtle bodies that are engaged in that dimension of reality. And either we occupy them with intention and knowledge of spirit and the occult, or other forces can. But let's go deeper into the occult in our everyday lives, how it surrounds us, and we don't even realize it. Today, we see the occult everywhere. When we're driving, when we're in the grocery store, when we're walking down the street, we're surrounded by the conscious use of the occult. Mazda is named after the Persian Christ figure, Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda fights his evil twin, Ahriman, which represents the darkness in society. He's the hero. He's the Christ figure of the Zoroastrian religion. Within this story, we find a piece of the Christ myth, or the Christ procession, or the procession of that Christ consciousness in society. This makes it an extremely valuable and powerful symbol to use to influence consciousness. The tire company Firestone Tires shares the same name as the sacred power crystal in Atlantis. Now, this is quite obscure. Many people don't know that there was a powerful crystal in Atlantis, or that it was even called the Firestone. And yet here this company is that creates, of all things, tires, an automotive company, that is actually naming their company after that obscure name. Why do that? Atlantis is actually a prominent focus in occult rituals. And we will get to this a bit later in the series. But Firestone was actually the name channeled by the renowned psychic Edgar Cayce. And he used it to describe that powerful crystal that powered people's houses and that psychics would use to assist in their connection with higher dimensions. This is a very, very esoteric concept that is being used in commerce now, right in front of us. It's very esoteric and very obscure, yet this company is taking it very, very seriously. And the Dodge family is another, oddly enough, automotive empire that also fashioned their logo after the shape of this crystal, this Firestone, this two-eye stone. Here they've gone and they've actually shaped their logo after the shape of the crystal. Not only have they done that, is they placed that over where Atlantis would be. So we are deep into the occult here, even fashioning logos after the shape of a crystal and placing it right over Atlantis and naming it. Now, why would a company want to do that? Unless there was some type of memory within us, an esoteric power within our consciousness that they're trying to access. Okay? Subaru is the Pleiades. The Pleiades is a star system that is connected to the genesis of Earth. The Pleiades is the mother of Earth, the giver of life and rhythm to our planet, and we're influenced greatly by the spiritual forces of the Pleiades system. Many ancients held the Pleiades in high regard, and in esoteric circles, Alcyon is the center sun of our system, and also the center point in which several star systems orbit. It is an important guardian as well of fifth dimensional consciousness. Another good example of the everyday occult is Hollywood. Hollywood is named after the holly branch, which is actually a sacred wood in Druidry. It's often used in wand making because of its powerful ability to focus energy and intention. So, a wand made from Hollywood is said to entrance people and pull consciousness in any direction the magician chooses. So, isn't that the exact thing that Hollywood does? That the movie industry does? Very purposeful naming. That is no accident. But many people don't take the time to educate themselves in the occult aspects of our history. And so the people who do educate themselves in this and that do learn about all of these symbols and origins and our deep ancient past, they have a leg up. And we can clearly see that. Let's do one more. What about the apple from Apple computers? Perhaps the most intense occult symbols to mention. This summons the myth of the Holy Grail and man's search for the path home. The apple is the womb, the vessel of life, the grail. It's also Eve, again, tapping into our genesis. Just like the Pleiades is tapping into our genesis. Here we are again, tapping into Eve, the genesis. And the deep, powerful stories that we all know. These are the kind of stories that we know, even though we don't know them as well. These are stories that are designed to connect with our deep subconscious mind. And that is for a reason. So the apple also appears in Snow White as poison, and when cut in half is actually a pentacle. So perhaps revealing a little bit of the apple's origin there. If you are doubting that these are deep and powerful occult symbols, then why not use a lesser star system? Why the Pleiades? Why use a star system with such esoteric significance? Why not just use Aquila, the eagle? That sounds noble. What about Dorado, the dolphin fish? That sounds exquisite. Mystery schools know this grouping of stars to be part of our beginning, part of our consciousness, and thus it has power. They know that the unseen world is just as powerful as our material world, and that everything begins in this unseen world, and they are using that rooting every day. Why use apple? What's wrong with plum, pear, or cherry? They don't want to create an energy. They want to choose a symbol that has a lot of energy already, and they want to harvest that. Okay? They want to choose a symbol that already has energy, that already has meaning for us, and then...
Jessica, why don't you increase that to tier 3?
harvest that energy by using it in their products, by calling their company.
Dude, you want to see the hottest chick ever? Dude, look at this. Okay, I was babysitting and I'm like, let's do the Bible. But I'm like, how can I make the Bible fun? So I found this show. Sent it to Diminish. And he's like, what the fuck, bro? Look at this. So I'm watching this with my nephew, and I'm showing him Adam and Eve as a TV show. Oh no, where is it? I think, oh, here it is. It's called, fuck.
We can.
Oh, we lost these people. We'll come back to you guys. We're coming back to this super book, Adam and Eve. This for kids. Check out Eve. All right. Well, I know her eyes are a little all over the place. She looked like my emote.
And from
She's
here,
super baby.
you can see Eden's 4 great rivers.
Ah, yes. The Tigris, the Euphrates, Pishon, and Gihon.
How did you know their names?
Lucky guess.
Right?
If this
Look.
Which we may enjoy as long as
You know who that voice actor is? It's Goku.
we do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
He wants what is best
Yeah, from the Ocean Dub, I think.
for us.
She's nice. Look at her eyes, bro. She got fucking.
So whatever he asks of us, we do.
She on that Molly. Look.
He only wants what is best for us.
So whatever he asks of us, we do. Anything else would be
Disobedient?
And Chris.
What's crazy is Eve is our grandmother. Like everyone in chat, including me, that's our grandma. Right? That's our Genesis grandma. That's like our spiritual grandmother too, right? Not just literal.
Accompany that. It gives them energy because they're using a symbol that has meaning for us, whether we realize it or not. We have feelings about it, whether we realize it or not.
Hey, Granny. Hey, Granny. Grandma, how about some porridge? What am I doing? I go too far for a joke. You know, when I realized I'm a sick person, for the first time in my life, just last night, I was so angry at how much, just a lot of dumb shit was happening to me yesterday. I was so angry. You know how you talk to yourself when you're driving angry, right? I said, I don't give a fuck if it's a handicapped spot. And I just pulled up. And I just stopped. Went in the 7-Eleven and got out. First time I've ever done that in my life. Usually I'm very like, oh. And that's the most angry I've ever been. Right? That's really angry. That's not like me.
This is all the subconscious and higher mind. They understand how to use that. And again, why call it Hollywood? Why not birchwood or hickory wood? Or any of the thousands of woods to choose from? Why choose a wood that the Druids believed would influence people? It's really, really that in plain sight. What other examples of the occult do you see in society? Please put that in the comment section below. It's going to be so much fun to read that. It's not only corporations that use occult symbology.
Being a hoe comes from ho, ho, ho of Santa Claus, which is an anagram for Satan. There you go.
Straight up occult techniques are used in media and entertainment. The Simpsons and other forms of media regularly reveal things that are yet to come with uncanny accuracy.
Look at him parking that Mazda. Uh-oh.
In the 2000 episode, Bart to the Future, it mentions clearly that Trump will be president. In this episode, a shaman reveals Lisa's future to her, and she complains about inheriting Trump's budget problems. It's interesting to note that Trump appears in The Simpsons, he's often portrayed as a buffoon. So not only do they predict that Trump is going to be president, but they also predict the environment in which he is portrayed in the media. Not only is Trump president,
Oh, she's adorable. Did you see how she worded that? I was so worried she's going to call him a buffoon, which like the way he's portrayed.
buffoon. So not only do they predict that Trump is going to be president, but they also predict the environment in which he is portrayed in the media. Not only is Trump president, but he's also portrayed as a buffoon and seen as a buffoon. So it's not just the fact that they got it correct that it was Trump, but it's also the narrative that Trump seems to undergo in the public. So is that some type of predictive programming? Could we call it that? That's not the only time that Trump appears in The Simpsons. They single out the Trump era in The Simpsons episode E. Pluribus Wiggum in 2008, where Springfield becomes the location of the presidential primary. Ralph Wiggum gets caught up in drama and says he wants to make America great again. This is the exact slogan of Trump. It's not similar, it doesn't have the same feel. It is the exact slogan that Trump used in his election. And it's important when analyzing occult symbology not to get distracted whether you like someone or not. Trump is a controversial figure. So we're not looking to say whether we like Trump or whether we don't like Trump. When we analyze something for occult significance, we're looking for patterns. We're not looking for how we personally feel about it. That can come after. But
if you ever wonder if Trump's a badass or not, watch footage of him with Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, Kanye West. I mean, people just respect the shit out of him.
But when I see this level of reference to events that are occurring now, I wonder if there's something about this time period that is significant. Perhaps a time of awakening, a potential shift in power that certain groups would like to influence in their direction. Is that what Simpsons is doing? Trying to influence the public with the media so that volatile times go their way? It's something to consider when we see a number of very serious and real events in this cartoon highlighted. Keep in mind that in order for this to work, it needs to be enough to register, but not so much to reveal any kind of attempt to influence what is going on. So there really is an art to this. It can't be obvious because then it would work. So we have to have that part of ourselves that's questioning it, okay? It has to be enough to stick in your mind and
Yeah, go Charmer. Hey, yo, bitch. I'm in my solar masculine. Hey, yo, bitch. Charm her. She's gonna cast a spell on us.
give you an impression, but not enough to make you suspicious. The Simpsons is quite good at this, considering there are new examples of this being found with their material every day. Some are very basic scenes that could truly go either way, but others get very specific, like these. In episode 5 of season 10, it's shown that Disney purchases 20th Century Fox. This actually happens 19 years later. In episode 9 of season 2, the famous Renaissance statue Michelangelo is considered obscene, and they cover him up. This happens to a Michelangelo statue in Russia, July 2016. 26 years later. Prudish people covering up a statue's genitals is not shocking, but they were both covering up Michelangelo's genitals. Why that statue? In season 5, episode 19, the lunch meat at Springfield Elementary is shown to have horse meat in it. 9 years later, the Food Safety Authority of Ireland found horse DNA in 1/3 of the beef burgers from supermarkets and frozen meals. In season 6, episode 19, a building not yet in existence appears in the London skyline while Lisa is traveling there. The building, called the Shard, is built 14 years later in the same position in a very similar shape. The list of predictions in The Simpsons is long, and there are many, many, many examples, and this is only one TV show. But the benign, comedic, cartoonish element of something like The Simpsons almost sort of relaxes us to the point that that's almost the perfect place that it would be.
Tread lightly.
It's reasonable to assume, with this number of exact predictions under their belt, that people behind The Simpsons are influenced by certain groups that heavily use occult techniques. In fact, it's interesting to go back and see exactly what they decided to focus on in their rituals or in their revealing to us. Looking back and seeing what they focused on, so for example, Trump, they do focus heavily on Trump. You know, the Shard, Michelangelo. This can give us an idea about what they're invested in. What people, companies, and events are they using? Why choose those topics? Why make them magical? Is there magical intentions as well that they are broadcasting when they reveal these Easter eggs? So it's very common in the occult or in mystery schools to choose certain things, certain books, certain statues, certain artists, certain presidents, certain people that have become archetypes in themselves. Kind of like they have an archetypal significance to a group or to a story. Now these archetypes aren't known to us.
I always thought that it's just me when I'm flaccid that I look that small.
Certain books, certain statues, certain artists, certain...
I guess we all look very small, flaccid.
Presidents, certain people that have become archetypes in themselves. kind of like they have an archetypal significance to a group or to a story. Now, these archetypes aren't known to us, but they're known to those groups. And so sometimes it may seem very random, like a building appearing in a skyline, or Michelangelo, or, you know, a certain president, or whatever. But they're actually revealing a certain agenda there, because they're using not kind of collective archetypes, but they're using their archetypes they share with other people and other groups. So this is kind of getting into a different level of the occult between mystery schools and secret societies and their history with one another, and their signaling to one another with certain books, certain art, certain people. And they'll use them as a communication with each other, positively or negatively, or in their own ritualistic way. And so we have to understand that level as well. And that's the thing about the occult, is that if you want to harvest or influence people's energy, you expose yourself. It's in plain sight. If they want to harvest energy, if you want to harvest energy from someone, you have to show them what you're doing. You have to make it public, otherwise there's no forum for you to get that energy. So the beautiful thing is that we have a lot of things to look at. So next week, we are going to discuss exactly how this works. How can just using a symbol, a date, or a myth have such
Elmi, I think this is my favorite YouTube channel now.
Power to the point that some of the most wealthy companies in the world, actually the most wealthiest companies in the world, use occult symbology in their business. How can it harvest our energy and create timelines for the future? So we're going to get into how this works. Positively, negatively, we're just going to get into it. And if you have examples of predictive programming, head down to my website and join the conversation on the forums. I will be posting 3 more examples of the occult in society there. So come in.
Go deeper. Go to that Carl Jung. What was she saying about Jung?
So we have to bring that into the culture now. This is what we must do now moving forward. So I just want to make that clear. So there were some brotherhoods that really focused a lot on the Black Sun. And I was able to find this kind of focus and fascination specifically with the Black Sun and identifying with the Black Sun way back into the 1300s. Probably not in the same form that it is now, but there was the keeping of that Black Sun energy alive, because these concepts must be kept alive. They cannot die in the mind of humanity. They must be brought into every age. So they're offered to the collective, even if nobody accepts them. Even if nobody sees the value in them, they must be introduced. And so there, you would see groups doing this and things like that. I saw, a lot of it was under the guise of alchemy, which was the only way you could kind of get this information out there. But I traced it back to the 1300s, where there were groups meeting around the Black Sun, which is quite a while ago, considering that a lot of the more modern interpretations of the Black Sun are associated with, I would say, the Nazi occult, and the last 150 years. But it actually goes back significantly further than that. Probably not in the same form, but it went back quite a ways. A lot of the secret societies who identified with this would call themselves the Dark Knights, Knight as in K-N-I, Black Knights, or Dark Brotherhoods. And that was what they would identify as, how they identify themselves. And the prominent symbols that they used were black robes. They often used the use of skulls, tombs. They had a real fascination with death. It was very heavily focusing on death. They would use, of course, black birds, often ravens. We talked about how earlier the raven was used in alchemy to symbolize the Black Sun or the Negrado face. Sometimes it would also be Anubis, the black dog, which is also representing the Black Sun aspect of Sirius, and also a black snake. Sometimes the moon and Saturn will be in certain positions in worship, major positions in worship. Sometimes, things get crazy when Saturn will take the place of the white sun, or the moon will take the place of the white sun, or the Black Sun takes the place of the white sun. That's when things get inverted, when you start going into the abyss for light. You have to have light integrated into your being and integrated into your heart and integrated in your mind. And then when you enter the abyss, the light speaks to you. Oh. Right? So you can't go in empty.
Sure.
Page 39 is one of the first things that came to my mind, which is the imagery of the Skull and Bones Club. Very, very, very typical Black Sun vibe, death vibe. I mean, they're actually choosing to identify with a skull and crossbones. Again, this symbology of the skull was usually used in the sisterhoods. So usually used with the Maris or the high priestesses that would have the skull to symbolize that they can transcend the abyss. This is a very feminine. This is anybody can use it certainly, but typically this would have been something that a sisterhood would use. The skull, sort of like an inversion in a way. And then of course, moving to the second picture, you've got black robes and all that kind of stuff. This is very, very, typical if somebody was worshiping the Black Sun. I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying that they're using a lot of the symbology that represents that.
She's dropping all sorts of knowledge. And some dude in my chat says, Life is a joke. Women think they are important. Okay.
Also, if you look at the Mayan civilization, who had incredible star knowledge. I mean, really, their star knowledge really rivaled. It's said to have rivaled Egypt, and they had tons of skulls. They also had a little problem with human sacrifice, as did the Aztecs. We can't gloss over that. But yeah, they used a lot of skulls, a lot of black sun death imagery. And well, we'll get into that in another lecture, actually.
What's that?
All right, so
Another lecture.
another image that can be used to represent darkness or sometimes the black sun is actually the left eye. The left eye is the setting sun, the nighttime sun, the darkening phase. The right eye is the rising sun. It is the increasing light. And so sometimes the obsession with the left eye can represent black sun worship, darkness worship, things like that. And I want to be also...
She's actually right. Left is female too. Right is depending on which...
kind of specific about this idea of worship and this idea of placing a certain solar force as a point of nourishment, which we all do. The sun is known to be nourishment. It's what grows everything. We know the sun is our nourishment. It even heals us when used correctly. But during a dark age, we become full of our pain and we have to face our shadow. And by the end of a dark age, we are full of illusion and trauma, and we've really just been steeping in darkness. And so often in the dark age, we tend to worship the white sun forces more. Because remember, the white sun forces will burn up and remove that kind of darkness from us. It will catalyze that trauma and turn it into wisdom. We need that white light energy, that white sun force to come into our being to balance out the fact that we've been in a dark age and we've been getting denser and darker and separating from spirit. So we need that kind of higher future white light to come in and purify us. So during a dark age, you tend to worship the white sun, the golden sun, and you tend to use it a lot because the condition of the earth is dark. The condition of the earth is degraded. It is fallen. It is darkening. It is densifying. And the consciousness that we are incarnating into is dark. It's dense. It's heavy. And so we're not going to then go and worship and try to work with the black sun, because all that's going to do excessively is invert everything that we have. We're not going to grow. So usually during these darker eras, we will heavily worship the white sun. And that's why in a lot of the literature, you do see Ahura Mazda overcoming Ahriman. You do see the white sun winning. Now, when we move into a golden age, and we move into that age of purification, when we've let go, when we've healed, and we move into the golden age or the light age, the age of light, whatever you want to call it, for us that's moving into Aquarius, you have the light now. You've integrated the light of the white sun, you've alchemized yourself, you've risen. Now you can start to sink into the abyss more. And the worship can switch into going inward and can switch into more of a black sun, inward, worshipful, spiritual time. It can become more that way. But only once we've cleared all of that karma and fear can we really sink into those black sun energies in a productive way that's not going to destroy us. So this is why we're always working with the white light or the brotherhood of the white sun, and this is so important. And we see all the solar deities worship, but we also know that in the past the sun was a female. In the past the sun was also a woman, or in another dimension the sun is a woman. And this all this kind of stuff goes on because there's a time where humanity will use the forces of the white sun and bring it inward, and then there's a time when humanity will use the forces of the black sun, and that has to do with whether we're in a descension or an ascension phase. I just want to make that clear. So,
I have sour keys. I almost forgot about these. Sugar up. Sugar up. And it's cold in here. Oh, that's so sour. That's spicy. That's very spicy.
you're always looking for that perfect balance of downward and upward motion.
No. I've never had a cavity or any of that because they were checking my teeth. And they're like, as they're operating, You have such nice teeth. Why are you doing this? As she's in my fucking mouth doing it to my teeth. I said, you fucking bitch. And then when I was actually going back to my hotel, I was thinking to myself, from all those cigarettes and all that damage, and still perfect genes, like, bless as fuck. Healthy as fuck.
If we're in a downward phase in society that's degenerating, you're not going to worship. You're not gonna sink into the black sun. It's only gonna solidify and densify what you are right now. You're going to work a lot with the white sun forces, which are the future, in fact. And you're going to use those forces the correct time, all that energy that radiates from our sun, spiritually, you're going to use that to catalyze yourself and heal yourself so that you are prepared to use black sun forces in the more golden age. I hope this is really making sense. A lot of the Dark Brotherhoods have a...
It's not organ failure to have an appendix resection surgery immediately. Not immediately. It's just a surgery.
Heavy association with death. Death and the transition of the soul has always been a major, serious focus in even the most gentle of religions. Like, you know, Buddhism can be a very beautiful, gentle religion compared to some other ones. And, you know...
I didn't almost die. I was just very sick. And I had Omicron COVID.
They even train you how to die. So death is part of initiation rituals. A lot of core initiation rituals in temple cultures was to literally die and then be reborn. Various different ways of dying and being reborn. That was how it was done. It was part of all temple culture's initiation, everything. But what I'm talking about here is too much focus on death. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this.
I'll bet you anything, I'm going to live till 60 minimum. I'll bet you anything. Anything. If I could tell you guys some other private stuff, you would say I'm invincible. If I could tell, but I can't because it'll be used against me. And then people will be like, "Oh, you tried to kill yourself." I didn't. But if I could tell you some of my private life, you would say I'm invincible. You'd be like, I can put poison in me, and you know, I'll just walk with God.
Like known someone, or maybe it's you or whatever, but like you think you're fine, and someone comes up and they're like, wow, you're really dark, or wow, you're really like in a downward spiral, and you don't realize that you are, that you're really heavily focused on darkness, and you're kind of going in this downward spiral, and your focus is way too much on the death process. You don't realize it because you're hypnotized and you're in it. But somebody else who's more balanced than you at that time can say, whoa, you know, you're off. And this is what some of the Dark Brotherhoods are like. They don't realize that their use and obsession with death is basically a death cult. It's too much black sun energy. It's too much death. The Mayans and the Aztecs and the Babylonians can be a good example of a death cult. They practice intense human sacrifice. They lost a lot of esoteric realities from falling too much into the lower chakras and not being able to evolve with time, not being able to switch solar influences. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the brotherhoods, they're not so much like lunar. Some of the dark feminine stuff, some of the really dark feminine stuff can be lunar, but also the lunar...
Why is she trying to sound like they did too much human sacrifice? That's how she's wording it. They just gotta balance it out more. Like, what?
The core of the moon is where the divine feminine is, so you can't say that the lunar force is exclusively dark, but the darker feminine will tend to go lunar, the darker masculine can sometimes go Saturn. And on page 41, you'll see this is a Saturn group, and this individual is Gregor A. Gregarious, and he's the Grand Master of the Lodge of Saturni. So this is a...
Look how deep this Saturn worship goes, chat.
escape thrusters.
Ready?
Ready?
Ready. Main engine ignition in 3, 2, 1, mark. Lander 1 is on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Lander 0 engine on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. This unmanned gonna cost us 51 years.
You know, since I'm not pushing 120.
Lander 1, prepare to detach. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Detach.
Goodbye, Cars.
Goodbye, Dr. Brent. See you on the other side, Coop. See you there, Slick. Okay, guys. Nice reckless flying. Learn from the master. Ranger 2, prepare to detach.
Wait, no, no! Cooper!
3.
Cooper, what are you doing?
Moon's third law. You gotta leave something behind.
You told me we had enough resources for both of us.
We agree, Ray. I understand.
It's so gay.
Detach.
Remember they're trying to convince us that she's hot? Like her?
Learn from the master.
I think she's pretty, but in her own little stupid way. Like, come on. She's Catwoman, really? Close your eyes. Catwoman would be like this curvy, fucking, just, I don't know what, gray hair. No, that's Black Cat. I'm thinking of Cat. Oh yeah, Catwoman would have no hair. She'd be bald, shiny, fucking just some amber energy. Dude, I remember. You remember when you were a kid and you didn't fap because you're so innocent, but you put one leg over the other, and it would pressurize your dick. You remember that when you were like, when I was like 10 years old? Yeah, I used to do that a lot watching that Batman movie with Catwoman. I forget which one. Batman Forever. But that was the first time I ever felt like, oh my god, I love one. It was
Ranger 2, prepare to detach.
It was this Batman Catwoman. It was this dirty fucking bitch. Look at this. Oh my god, look at Selena Kyle. Wait.
Maybe it's time to find out.
Dude.
Wait. Are you sure?
They're so hot, bro.
Then let me. Bruce Wayne is Batman?
So, what
now? It's our ultimate dream. Oh, you're also a billionaire. The every woman's fantasy is like, oh, he's actually a prince, meaning he actually has money. Let go, dude. Let go of the. Just for once, I want to see a regular story.
Oh, I can think of a few things. I don't often say something was worth the wait because I hate waiting. But that, meow.
I feel the same.
Wow, I've never been told that in my life. What did you do, cartoon character? What did you do that he gave her that fucking... He ate that bitch out like Batman would. This is how Batman eats the ball. He just fucking starts flapping his wings and shit. I don't know. But the point is... Oh, she clawed him up. Right? Oh, yeah.
Your scars. So many.
You, remember these?
I just got my retractable claws. Cost a small fortune.
They worked.
I had to upgrade my Kevlar body armor after that.
Sorry? That was why you broke it off
What
with me. That's
the
when you found
fuck
out.
is this?
What?
Sorry. You were beautiful, brilliant, and accomplished. You could do
Oh,
anything.
he's receded. He's not doing so good here. Temporally.
You wanted. I assumed you did it because you couldn't stop it.
And if you can't control your actions, you're not quite sane.
Whole. And I was wrong. You did change. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
When the fuck would Batman ever say I'm sorry? Shut up.
Just
bitch.
creeps behind your
This is
neck.
Black Cat.
No, this isn't what I want after all. It'll be far more rewarding when you take the mask off for me, willingly.
See, when I was a kid, I was like, man, no woman's gonna be built like this. I gotta be realistic. And then I grew up in whore society where every woman's actually very nicely built. And I'm like, oh, I'm in heaven. But they're all whores. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, I wanted what I wanted as a kid. But now that I got it, I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, what about the fulfillment part? All right? Can we, like, you know, you can expand the bitch, make her a little fatter, make her into a pear. Just, like, come on, dude. Why are they all, you know?
Till next time.
Come on, get it open!
Smart.
So my uncle said, my uncle, he follows my feed and stuff like that. Younger guy, right? He's not that old, but he's like, man, I was just born in the wrong time. Like in the every chick you've been with is like shaped like this and that and this. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, but you have a family, dude. You know what I mean? Like, why are you talking to me about this? And he's like, oh, don't worry, bro. It doesn't work. And then he looked down, and I'm like, oh, okay.
You really put your foot in it this time, Spider. Stay with Spider-Man! Before we go, there's one last thing I have to tell you.
Yes?
Great working with you, Spider.
How can she tangle with him? He can lift 8 times his weight. What the fuck can she do?
Off yours.
Wait, we can't take off our masks.
Why? We've got something special. Can't you feel it?
All the way to my toes. But we can't risk what might happen to our loved ones.
I thought you were different, Spider.
Choose your fucking dick over your loved ones. 99% people fail this test.
You're just like every other man.
Oh, I'll give you head if you take the mask off. And he's like, oh, but Aunt May will be in danger. Okay.
Big disappointment.
Those horrible golden orange eyes. Those eyes. Those horrible yellow eyes.
I am sorry.
Yeah, me too. Look, I didn't mean to get my claws out. I better go.
She's definitely stirred up long-lost feelings in me. But I can't... Not even...
I hate when men talk about feelings. Like, yeah, that's what stirred up. It's kind of like... you know when a guy talks about, yo, man, my wife, she's just so great. And the moment I met her, there was this bond. We have this connection. We have this soul empathy. And we have this psychic resonance. And we have so much together. And when she talks to me, I feel it. I feel the past, present, and future colliding. And then his wife walks in with giant fucking tits. And everyone in the room raises an eyebrow and looks at the dude. And they're like, oh yeah, really? That's what she's making you feel? Are we missing a piece of the fucking Rosetta Stone, motherfucker? Like, come on, dude. Every time a guy goes deep about how much they love their girl, and then I meet their girl and I go, oh, really? Yeah, okay. That's the reason. Like, shut the fuck up.
A good example of Saturn, kind of black sun symbolism. This is how it's manifesting in our day and age. Now, this is not...
It was that fucking teacher with the tits down to her knees. And I kept avoiding this story on stream. and they asked one of the parents at the parent-teacher thing, does it bother you that, you know, this lady got this augmentation of her chest so the kids, you know, will be distracted and all that? And then the fucking dad responds, I didn't notice. You know, man, men are such disgusting animals, dude. You say that with a straight face on a CNN interview.
Not how it would manifest when the black sun was actually...
It's making national coverage, and you're telling us you didn't notice? Shame on you. Their tits are a pandemic.
A major influence in society. This is actually not what that would look like, but this is how it is. This is how the symbology is taking form today. This is an interpretation of it that this group has done.
We'll talk about later.
Okay. And sometimes people do like to overlap some of the Saturn-based stuff with the OTO and Crowley, but Crowley and the OTO, to be clear, they don't really identify with that. So that can sometimes be a little bit of a mix-up.
She's actually right.
So there's more images of him, page 42, 43. You can see him with a skull. You can see all of the kind of Saturn imagery, which is an incarnation or part of the Black Sun Gateway, esoterically. And then again, underneath page 44.
I hate being known as a troll, because if I DM her and I go, can we get you on a stream and ask you questions and let my chat rapid fire? Because she'll Google me and it's going to be like 9/11 and all that stuff, she's going to be like, oh, this guy's trolling me. But I actually want to know.
To about 46, you're going to see Mary Magdalene. And remember, Mary is basically like the code word in esoterica for high priestess. That's why there were two Marys at the crucifixion of Christ. It means mère, or mother in French. It means sea, connecting it to the first waves of Venus. And it's getting into some very deep cosmic mysteries that we've touched on in my channel in my Venus lectures. But usually it's going to be like Mari, Mary, Persephone, that are traditionally the skulls. It's a feminine imagery, and it is carried on through the sects that do have it right. It's usually associated with women. Okay, again symbolizing that you can go into the death realms and come out unscathed because you are virginal or you have purified yourself. You can also then give birth to an exalted spirit, and you can pull into your body. Which is one of the highest rights of the feminine mysteries. You can actually pull into your body a higher dimensional soul.
Yo, can I say something really sexist, but don't tell anyone? All right? Like, all jokes aside, it might be funny, but it's not a joke. Out of 3 billion, they tell us 3 billion, but 3 billion women on Earth, and not one of the hot ones ever said, I'm gonna stay a virgin and play the game differently. Like, how did none of them come to that conclusion? Are they fucking retarded? Not one of them said, I'm gonna play this chess game a little different. And could you imagine how an attractive woman keeping it, her V-guard would, like, she could demand for anything, right? She could be like, actually, I want a 20-year-old billionaire bodybuilder and very tall man. And then everyone would be like, well, okay, yeah, well, we're going to try and find you him, you know? But like 3 billion of them all played the same chess move. Yeah, well, Inky, that's what I was talking about. Some girl auctioned it off. Well, that's just hoe shit. She even failed. And she sold it for like $1 million, I think.
A higher being because you have mastered the abyss.
Black Adam movie, right? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, the occultists of voodoo black magic. Why are they all doing the Eye of Horus?
They thought they were getting a martyr. They got a miracle. The magical guardians of the earth, council of wizards,
You got some money.
sought to restore the balance. But the crown had already been completed. King Aton summoned its demonic power. The wizards hid the crown of Sabak so that it would never again fall into the hands of men. In the ensuing battle, the palace was destroyed, but the champion was victorious. And the champion was never heard from again.
All these movies mean more to you when you realize they're not, like, Destiny's wrong. They're not actually made to make money. There's more reasons than money out there.
And thus, you've overcome the moon. You've overcome the abyss. You've mastered the black sun. And so your womb is such a clear portal that you can pull in an exalted child. And this is what Isis and Horus is.
Through the soul.
You have to go into a different vibrational frequency than the material world, which is like a comb, a fine-tooth comb going through your being. And if you want to get the good information, if you want to have strong retrocognition, if you want to have the pure information that exists in 5D or the higher realms that are unadulterated and pure, you got to be able to pass through the black sun. You got to be able to pass through the death realm. And thus you carry the skull. You have earned that. You are the Black Madonna. You are the Mari, the Mary. Okay, this is the feminine mysteries. This is what that means. That's why Persephone has the skull at her feet. So you can see that this is really a very feminine symbology. It really is initially about a very deep feminine process. Okay.
See, this is why.
Now, moving on.
This is why I can never interview her. Chosen Fate says, I'm going to put something in her portal. Consensually, of course. What the fuck? Imagine she read that when she's here with us. She's like, these are this part of the internet's not real. You know what I mean? It's kind of like coming into my home and I have like a retarded dog biting at her leg. It's like, what's the point of this, dude?
Moving on, let's get into sort of the most famous, I think, Black Sun brotherhoods or organizations that associate with the Black Sun. So we're going to get into the sort of the Nazi or the Third Reich connection with the Black Sun. And I'm just going to talk about this esoterically. I'm not going to speak politically or morally on this. I want to just dive into the esoterica of it and get into that today. So as I said, a lot of these Black Sun brotherhoods could be traced back to the 1300s. But more recently, in the last 100, 150 years, we really saw the Black Sun emerge with the Thule Society and with what a lot of people would associate with Nazi connections. They really began to bring the Black Sun forward in their work. And with the bringing of the Black Sun forward, they were really sort of almost bringing forward and bringing back a previous time on the earth. And this is why a lot of the Black Sun imagery and the Black Sun teachings within the Thule Society and the deeper aspects of these groups was really, it was really about recreating paradise, recreating a past Eden on the planet. And this belief that they
Thank you to...
Look at this. What the fuck? I was actually worried my teeth would come out like that. What the fuck is this Grinch fuck looking? Oh, and this girl. They're trying to convince us that she's attractive. Superman girl. Bruh. Wow.
To that geezer over there, Adam, he said, I've got to find somebody who can be absolutely charisma-free and reviled by everybody. So he went, that's got to be Bale in it, you know. Thank you, and for all the competition, I will be cornering the market on charisma-free. What do you think? Mitch McConnell next? That could be good, couldn't it? Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
Oh yeah, he said that. Huh. And they choose their words so carefully, so why would he say that?
They had fallen from a higher form and they had to return to that higher form that they had fallen from. So it was actually very past oriented. Okay, it was really about recreating a form in the past, a time in the past. Okay, and a lot of people who look back, they consider it to be called Volkish or Folkish, which means that a lot of people considered that type of esoterica to be a type of paganism, and a lot of people, because human beings had fallen into such a degenerated state, people looked at religion and saw how corrupt it was and how crazy it was, and there was this impulse to go back to a time that was purer, and so that's a major part of this. And
yeah,
so
when people say go back to a time that was pure before religion, they were going to the Colosseum and watching children being ripped apart by lions. And on the steps of that Colosseum, as you're entering, the children were marrying banging their moms and fucking dogs. It was a very degenerate society that they don't talk. The whole Rome is just so sophisticated, though.
it was going backwards to kind of this traditional paganism that was thought to be a more pure form of spirituality, and that humanity had degraded so much that any kind of spirituality that was developed, like Christ's incarnation, kind of similar to some Gnostics, means nothing, and it was really more like, because we had sunk so deeply into degeneration, that there was nothing of spiritual value that happened. So that was sort of part of that ideology. And so with that came a really intense interest in preserving blood memory. This is a very real thing. There really is chromosomal memory and blood memory, which means that within the human being, the way that your blood works with your bioenergetic field is it creates memories of your ancestors, and that, certain people had blood memory and access that was similar to godlike humans, a condition that we'd fallen from, and the deep, intense desire to preserve that blood memory heroically so that the world wouldn't be lost. And so this is the ideology. What else? I don't want to go too long today. I'm sure a lot of you already understand a lot of the Nazi or Black Sun esoterica. On page 47, this is the Black Sun that was sort of reimagined, and this was used in the Nazi culture ceremonially. I do recall when I researched it, that this is really a reimagined symbol that's based on a different symbol, and I don't want to butcher this, called the Zayar, which is on page 48. So the symbol that the Nazis were using, that's called the Sonoran or the Swartisani, the Black Sun, it's based on a much older symbol, and it looks like they modified it with, I think, 12 sig runes to serve their purposes. This is not unusual in the occult. Any occultist, any esotericist will understand that we are moving forward in time, and that you will have to oftentimes, you will have to evolve a symbol or grow a symbol. So esoterically, that would make sense why they did that. Also, the reality is about a lot of the Nazi esoterica with the Black Sun is that we don't know what they genuinely believed. We don't know the intricacy of their rituals and their records, because all of that was gone when they lost the war. A lot of those materials were hidden, or they were, destroyed. Anything that was left over that the British or anyone was able to capture is top secret. So the reality is that we don't really know a lot of what the Nazis believed. We just have some of the symbols. We can do our best to analyze it, but I don't know if the symbol existed, for example, in a very old text or something like that. So this particular image of the Black Sun is mysterious in the sense.
I watched the last 2 minutes of your date, and she was just so happy. So you did good, right? On heel mics. You must have crushed it. She was so happy. Well, no, she was like, she was charmed. Not happy that you're leaving. And I was like, what did I miss? Did you get that? Did you get how does that show work? Like, do you get the number and stuff?
sense that, you know, we don't know whether this was ceremonially recreated to fit for the time and for their image, for their goals, or if it was like an ancient symbol that was carried down in secret societies.
Bro, every subscriber I have, you, Elijah, all the guys, clean up with women, like clean house. It's so scary.
For, you know, thousands of years and is just being brought forward. We just don't know. Underneath it, I always found this really interesting. So the image beneath it has really nothing to do with the Nazis or that time period. These images are very similar to the Black Sun. The Zayir, these were all found on women's graves. And this goes right along with the esoteric tradition of women being the Black Sun, of the feminine being the guardian of the Black Sun, or the representation, the earthly representation of the Black Sun. So it would make total sense that this imagery would be on a woman's gravesite. Now,
you know what's crazy? Some dude who's never once ever thanked me for anything was on a phone call with me. His name's Haas, and he's like, dude, everything I got from you never changed that shit, Zherka. It's fucking powerful. And I was like, whoa, maybe I should change something. He's making it sound like it's dark arts. And he's like, you're in a woman's mind forever. Like, and I was like on the call, I was like, why are you saying this? You've never been grateful, but it's because Haas has been cleaning up, man. He's like, whenever you think it's not enough of that energy, amplify it. I'm like, okay, boss. I like this.
49, page 49. This image is really, really famous. Anybody who looks into the Nazi occult is going to come across the Black Sun that is in this castle called Wewelsburg Castle, and it is this particular setup gives us a bit more information because we know that it was made like King Arthur.
Elmi, you are actually good at this shit. I think I watched this movie.
What is...
Get back to the cup!
The fuck is that?
Who are you? What do you want? Kill the spare! Avada Kedavra! No! Do it now! Bone of the father, unwillingly given. Flesh, the servant.
Oh,
willingly sacrificed.
Whoa.
Blood of the enemy. Forcibly taken. The Dark Lord shall rise again.
What do you mean? The fuck is this?
The other.
me finish this, dude. I gotta finish this lady. You know what I mean? What happened to Tapia? What do you mean? He didn't get time out, did he?
We know that there was apparently a round table, or that the idea was that it was kind of mirroring the 12 Sleeping Kings or the Knights of Arthur, which is a very deep mystery tradition that often will exist in various different temples symbolically. Interestingly, here the black sun is actually not just black, it is also jade. And this is because of the black sun in the inner earth is also associated with green and violet. And so sometimes you'll see a black sun in the occult and it will be also green. It'll be like black with a green hue around it, or it'll be black with a purple hue around it. That's a lot of common black sun symbology. And the black sun is also associated with the inner earth. And I've spoken about this in my Venus lecture, where I talk about there being a black sun in the inner earth, and of course that's a stargate, and how that stargate works and its connection particularly to Venus, and how higher beings that represent the higher earth can come through that stargate, and that particular stargate that we would call, to us, it's a black sun. That is a huge part of human evolution and earth evolution. So then the esoterica is very deep around this. There's no question about it. Also, I think we also have to understand that although this is uncomfortable to talk about, to analyze for many people, a lot of these ideas were very common in various forms in different secret societies, things like the inner earth, understanding that there are interdimensional beings there. You know, Edward Bulwer-Lytton is the individual that I believe, created the word vril and vrilya. And so a lot of the beliefs that are mirrored here are deep, deep, deep esoteric beliefs that various different secret societies are just using in different ways. They're just expressing them differently. They're interpreting them differently. They're using them differently. But these are concepts that exist in a lot of temple cultures. It just depends on how you're using them, how you're interpreting them. Symbols can be interpreted very positively and produce growth, and then they can also be interpreted negatively and cause regression. The same thing with a myth, or the same thing with any type of earth history, whatever. It depends on the consciousness that's using them, okay? All right, so now we're gonna get into the last portion. I did a deep dive for this lecture today, and I found out all the little places where there were little black suns. On page 50, you will see that there is a black sun on the Bank of America mural. This is just a mural that's in the Bank of America. I was unable to find out which one it was. It was strange, actually. I started doing the research for this lecture a year ago, and I had bookmarked a bunch of pages that had information on it, and then when I went back to get the information, the pages were gone. And so I actually think that there's a censorship going on with esoteric information where it's harder to find certain things, right? Especially like Illuminati things or what have you. Okay, so on page 51, this is the Bracken House. And the black sun at the center is actually Winston Churchill, because that's not weird or creepy. But yeah, the black sun at the center of the zodiac is Winston Churchill. So you wonder, is this sort of like a nod in some way? Like what secret society was Winston Churchill part of? You can see the black sun being portrayed very traditionally here with the Bracken House, which is the center of the zodiac. And you've got the black sun as the center, and then you've got the white sun or the golden sun around it. This is exactly the esoteric reality. It also looks very similar to the Apache drawings on page 28, which have, you know, this a different inversion, but it's a very similar kind of thing. Okay. The next one we have to look at is the Duomo Cathedral in Milan. So this is on page 52. You'll see that this is a very old cathedral. I believe it dates.
Cheat on this girl, and she just starts going deep into her black solar sun, and she just starts doing her magic on you.
Back to like the late 1300s. And the way that stained glass is created makes it so there's this black sun beaming outward, and then there is the yellow sun or the white sun behind it, and that is very similar again to Winston Churchill's sun at the Bracken House. And the symbology of gold as the result of black sun and white sun is also very important. It's a little bit different, but they can be conflated, and they exist in alchemy as well. So sometimes you'll see it as gold because that's the more 3D or material sense of the black sun white sun relationship. All right, now I thought this was really interesting.
Traded by a titanic or telluric figure. In the Book of Enoch, fallen angels are the culprits. Among the North American Indians, the secret of fire is stolen by one or another animal spirit, corresponding to the trickster archetype, such as the coyote or the hare. African and Austronesian myths also record a similar tale. Sometimes this understanding occupies a central position in religious life. The lighting of the holy fire that preceded and sanctified all ritual sacrifices during the Vedic period was performed using a special bow drill called a pramantha, which, in Sanskrit, literally translates as to steal. As a consequence, the mastery of fire, along with, by extension, all subsequent technological discoveries, is conditioned, tainted, by a mythical transgression. Of the various accounts of the theft of fire, none is more elaborate or better known than the story of Prometheus. We are indebted to Max Mueller, first of all, for having demonstrated in the 19th century the etymological link between the Titan's name and the word Pramantha. Add to this the fact that a similar account of the theft of fire to the story of Prometheus is found in the Rig Veda, and we are left with little doubt as to the Aryan origin of this particular myth. According to Hesiod, Prometheus stole heavenly fire from Zeus, hiding it in a hollow fennel stalk before imparting its secrets to man. For this, as we might expect, he was punished accordingly, chained to a pillar in the Scythian wastes where, being immortal, his cries would echo for eternity. In his Theogony, the poet describes Prometheus' suffering in greater detail. An eagle sent by Zeus to Prometheus' place of exile is said to devour the Titan's liver, which, in a cruel twist of fate, regenerates every night to be eaten anew. We know that the liver, in accordance with the theory of the four humors, was believed to be the source of quintessentially human vices such as greed, anger, and jealousy, and was held to be the seat of yellow bile, the humor associated with the element of fire. Therefore, the depiction of the eagle, a symbol of Aryan regality, devouring the Titan's liver represents in allegorical form the struggle of celestial fire against the inferior chthonic flame. Moreover, the cycle of perpetual regeneration of the liver in the Promethean myth is a sort of prefiguration of the fate of mankind within the fourth yuga, and foreshadows the swallowing of both by the current of becoming. The manner of his bondage, chained to a rock, is similarly prophetic. Comparatists have noted the presence, in other Indo-European traditions, of the theme of a culture hero stealing from the gods and being similarly bound in retaliation. For example, in the Prose Edda, the trickster god Loki is said to have stolen the Brisingamen, a radiant necklace belonging to Freya. Being etymologically derived from the Old Norse Brisingr, meaning fire, the Brisingamen has been variously interpreted as a divine flame, the sun, and even the aurora borealis. Considering that later, once Loki had brought about the death of Balder, the former was chained to a stone by Odin, the parallels between the figures of Loki and Prometheus are fairly clear.
My girl loves bondage. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What is this chat, dude? I want a girl like that.
In The Problem of Loki, Jan de Vries argues against moralistic interpretations of the Norse trickster's motivations, demonstrating that Loki was, more often than not, compelled to commit his numerous misdeeds, the theft of the Brisingamen among them, by forces beyond his control. After all, Balder's death, according to prophecy, was a necessary prelude to Ragnarok, the end and the renewal of the cosmic order. Through a closer reading of the character, Loki appears not as a malevolent Luciferian being, but rather as an actor simply playing his part. Arguably, the same can be said for Prometheus. Was not the Titan also compelled by the hands of fate to precipitate the end of one cycle so that another may emerge? It is the destiny of both Loki and Prometheus to await in exile until the proper time, Ragnarok for the one, the arrival of Heracles for the other. The view that the Norse thief of the Brisingamen and that of the Olympian flame are homologous figures is reaffirmed when considering Plato's version of the Promethean myth. In the Protagoras, the philosopher states that the divine fire was stolen not from Zeus, but from Hephaestus, and that afterwards his forge was left cold, rendering all the more necessary the heroic restoration of the primordial flame accomplished by Heracles. Hugo Pipping's interpretation of the aurora borealis as a celestial fire extinguished by the theft of the Brisingamen seems to echo Plato's account. Considering that among many Arctic peoples, including the Sami and the Alaskan Tlingit, the Northern Lights are formed by the ascended souls of fallen warriors, the boreal fire stolen by Loki can only be rekindled by heroic death and rebirth. In other words, by human transcendence of the Heraclean type. In the prose Edda, the battle between Heimdall and Loki over the Brisingamen takes place at Singastein, a rocky island assailed by the waves, with both characters having assumed the forms of seals. However, De Vries convincingly argues that the Singastein, or Singing Stone, is not the location of the battle but its object, implying that somewhere along the way, the stories of the Jewel of the Brisingar and of the Singastein merged into a single tale. In our view, the opposite is more likely, namely that a single myth came to assume various forms, with the agglutination of symbols obscuring its original meaning. First off, the Singing Stone is clearly equivalent to the Stone of Fall of Irish lore, one of the Tuatha De Danann's 4 mythical treasures that was said to speak or sing in the presence of the rightful king. We have already argued that the restoration of the stolen fire is connected to the renewal of the cosmic order, and can only be achieved by those with the proper virtus. Therefore, there is an essential unity between the Brisingamen, the Promethean flame, and the Singing Stone. Stories abound of titanic attempts to claim or reclaim similar Grail-like objects failing, with its perpetrators, like Prometheus and Loki, bound in some form or another until the arrival of a worthy aspirant. One final example is found in the Georgian myth of Amirani. Born of an Artemis-like goddess, Amirani is a culture hero similar to Prometheus, credited with teaching the art of metallurgy to mankind. After a series of exploits, including the slaying of serpents and giants, he defies the gods themselves and is also chained to a rock, sometimes to an iron pole, tellingly, in the Caucasus, where he is at the mercy of birds of prey. However, the cornerstone of the Georgian epic is Amirani's voyage and capture of the divine fire personified. He is told of the existence of a maid that lives beyond a magic sea, with a dress made of wondrous silks and gold that sunbeams over it pour. Determined to reach this distant land, Amirani borrows his brother's flying white steed and sets off on his journey. According to this epic, Kamari, the maiden, lived amidst the suns and stars in a castle suspended above the world by a chain. It should be noted that the inaccessible castle, the land beyond the magic sea, as well as the flying white horse are all part of Hyperborean symbolism. Moreover, the first two are not without recalling the Singastein of the prose Edda, that is, if the Singing Stone is interpreted as a rocky island surrounded by treacherous waters, and not an object. Later in the epic, Amirani is subjected to one final challenge by the supreme deity, a feat of strength of the sword and the stone variety. When he proved unable to withdraw a stick from the earth, his lack of the proper virtus was confirmed, and he suffered a fate fitting of a titan. Whether embodied in a maiden, a goddess's necklace, or a celestial forge, the underlying theme is one of a transcendental principle which, if possessed by virtuous hands, leads to the restoration of the primordial state, of which Kamari's golden dress is a clear allusion. Failure is accompanied by a further descent, both of the Titan and of the ages. Of the last of these, he is the herald and the first victim.
Okay, let's finish Balenciaga. He's the latest there.
Muchachos y muchachas. Guys, this has been a very busy past 24 hours, okay? Balenciaga, we've been keeping up with the whole scandal and the controversy ever since their whole photo shoot that involved children holding inappropriately dressed items. We all thought that the rabbit hole just stopped at the court document being, found as an Easter egg within the purse.
I need
spread,
a tree.
in which it described, the expanded definition of a child, CSAM definition or whatever. Anyway, lo and behold, we were wrong, because when Balenciaga replaced these images on their social media as well as their website, they replaced it with adult modeled spreads for their campaign. But as you zoomed into the back, then you found these very questionable artists on the stack of books. As you inputted that in a search engine, if you're like me, you would have been...
But it's not just the sexual mutilation of children in hospitals. This is part of a larger trend, and the trend is this. Adults crossing the line, and it has always been a bright line, into deep involvement with the sexuality of children. That has always been, and must in a civilized society always be, the most forbidden thing. It's considered unacceptable even among prison inmates. But now it seems to be growing. in its prevalence. Consider the latest ad for the clothing brand Balenciaga. This was just uploaded on Instagram. As you can see, the photo shoot they're using to sell their products features a young girl holding a teddy bear in a bondage outfit. Then, in case you missed the point, the photo shoot also contains this image. It shows several documents. Most of them aren't visible, but what you can see when you zoom in, and of course the point is that you see it, is a reference to a U.S. Supreme Court case called Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition. That case struck down a law against kiddie porn. What is this? Well, it is what it appears to be. It's an endorsement of kiddie porn, of child pornography. What else could it be? We wanted to know. So we reached out today to Balenciaga to get their explanation, and they didn't respond. So we're going to have to take that on face value and ask, where's the moral outrage? We have an entire industry in this country comprised of moral outrage merchants. If you've ever been on Twitter, you know what we mean. Truly, an entire sector of our economy is devoted to attacking people for falling short of the mark. And here is a high-end retailer promoting kiddie porn in an ad on Instagram, and nobody notices. There's no boycott. There's no front-page New York Times editorial against it. And of course, Instagram let the advertisement run, endorsing kiddie porn. And by the way, if you have an alternate explanation for what this was, let us know. A child with a teddy bear in a bondage outfit and a Supreme Court decision striking down a kiddie porn law displayed on the table? What is that? Are we jumping to conclusions? Don't think so. It is what it appears to be. It's right in your face, and no one's saying anything. Again, Instagram had no problem with this. Until Elon Musk took over Twitter, Twitter allowed hashtags that explicitly linked to child pornography. Nobody said anything because crimes against children are no big deal. It's thought crimes that are the real crimes. So if you said something about it, if you were libs of TikTok and said, wait a second, this seems to be abetting child molestation, which of course, that's what it's doing, you were instantly booted off Twitter. But the links to kiddie porn, they're still there. Well, now they've been deleted. Thank God. That's one improvement. So all of this has been happening out in the open, but NBC News hasn't bothered to report on any of it. Where's the reports now? Balenciaga pushing kiddie porn in an Instagram ad? No. They're reserving all their energy to attack you for noticing. You're a stochastic terrorist if you point it out. And you need to be censored. Watch.
Content moderation is a hard task. What we know is that Twitter and where the bulk of this information is right now, because that's where the biggest accounts like Matt Walsh and libs of TikTok again, where they sort of post this stuff. What's being done? Well, 2 days ago, we know that Elon Musk, who owns Twitter now, he just reversed the policy that Twitter did have against targeting and harassment of LGBTQ people, against misgendering transgender people.
So here you have people mutilating the genitals of children, running ads on Instagram promoting kiddie porn, and there's Brandy Zadrozny on NBC News. She's not attacking them. She's attacking anyone who notices and accusing them of attacking gay people. Once again, this has nothing to do with gay people. This is an attack on the sexual fixation on and mutilation of the genitals of children, pushing kiddie porn. There's nothing to do with gay people. That's an offense against anyone's definition of decency, and she's effectively defending it, and they all are. You're not allowed to notice it, or else you're committing violence. You're complicit in mass murder. Well, the people who are doing these things are fine. No.
Gay people too. Good night, soldiers. I'm beat. Oh, man.